Morning, everyone. We'll call the regular meeting of City Council with our Committee of the Whole to order. And Blair, do you want to do the introductions first before we go?
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, everyone. Today is, I think, a very important day. Certainly, we have a new General Manager of Community Services joining us, Shante Patterson-Eldon. I would like to welcome you, Shante, on behalf of all of the staff at the city, as well, I'm sure, Mayor and Council. You have served our city well. Ross DeBoer, who is joining us in the gallery today, he is in his last week of work prior to retirement. So we have a transition going on, but again, we're looking very much forward to the work we'll be doing together. And Shante, thank you. And it's exciting.
Welcome. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say I have one other announcement. Yep. This week will be the final week for a longtime employee of the city, Rich Matheson, who has served the city for more than 35 years. It's quite amazing to be able to say that. I think in today's age, you don't see people beginning and ending their career at one employer anymore. And we've been very fortunate to have Rich and his expertise over the last 35 plus years. And I want to wish him, on behalf of the city of Dawson Creek, all the best. I believe it's Thursday, Kevin, is his last day this week. I've known Rich for a long, long time, both inside the city and outside the city. And again, we are very fortunate at the city to have employees such as Rich and Shante and everybody. It's a great place to work. It is a great career, and the opportunities are there to progress. And we just want to say thank you to everybody that not only has served the city in the past, but continues to serve the city today.
Good.
Thanks, Your Worship.
Thanks, Blair. And we echo that on behalf of Mayor and Council. Welcome, Shante. Really pleased to see you in the senior role, and welcome you and wish you the best. And obviously to Rich as well. Like it's crazy when you think 35 years, and today that goes by sometimes in a heartbeat. But you know, if somebody's given their adult life to the city and serve in our community, and we want to thank Rich for that, and obviously wish him the very, very best in his future. So with that, we'll move on to our agenda, and our first delegation this morning is we have a proclamation for WorkSafe BC Day of Mourning, and a proclamation. And obviously in these days where we're not having delegations in person, I would like to read the proclamation, and we will ensure that we're there on, I think, Thursday or Friday to do a bit of a proclamation at the monument. Whereas the Day of Mourning was initiated by the Canadian Labour Congress in 1984 and is recognized worldwide. And whereas the Day of Mourning is a day to take time to remember lost co-workers, friends and family who lost their lives, were disabled or injured in the workplace, and those afflicted with industrial disease. And whereas we earnestly seek to set an example and reflect on our commitment to the issue of health and safety in the workplace. Now, therefore, I do hereby proclaim April 28th, 2021 as the annual Day of Mourning in Dawson Creek. I think all of us, I just want to add, all of us, every worker, every person deserves to go home safely at the end of the day. That is absolutely, I think, our number one priority in the services that we provide to this city, and ensuring that we have these amazing workers who come to work every day to do that. And it's our expectation, our hope, our desire, and our mantra that they do go home safely to their families every day. And I want to thank our staff, Yinka, and all the staff and the management team and everybody who puts that focus on safety in our city and our workplace, and thank them for that. Yinka, thank you. Our next proclamation this morning is the proclamation for MS Awareness Month. Whereas multiple sclerosis is a chronic, often disabling neurological disease affecting an estimated 1 in 400 Canadians and approximately 90,000 across the country, And whereas multiple sclerosis symptoms vary widely and may lead to problems with numbness, coordination, vision and speech, as well as extreme fatigue and even paralysis. And whereas there is no known cure of prevention of or cure for multiple sclerosis, and whereas the Multiple Sclerosis Society of Canada is the only national organization in Canada that supports both MS research and services for people with MS and their families, and whereas annual fundraising events such as the MS Walk, MS Bike, the A&W Canada's Burgers to Beat MS campaign support programs to enhance the lives of people affected by multiple sclerosis and their families and support MS research in Canada. And whereas since 1948, the Multiple Sclerosis Society of Canada has contributed $200 million towards MS research and is grateful for the dedication and commitment of its supporters and volunteers that has made this possible. And whereas together we will find ways to enhance the quality of lives for people affected by multiple sclerosis and to find a cure to end MS. Now therefore, I hereby proclaim the month of May 2021 to be MS Awareness Month for the Multiple Sclerosis Society of Canada. And we will absolutely ensure we get this proclamation to those in our community and ensure we take every effort to recognize the work and fundraising efforts to help, as it says, to end this and find a cure. The next proclamation this morning is a really kind of personal one, a little bit for me, as you know, a young Dawson Creek resident who is has been impacted by this, and it's osteogenesis imperfecta, or OI. Whereas osteogenesis imperfecta is a genetic disorder characterized by fragile bones that break easily, also known as the brittle bone disease. A person is born with this disorder and is affected throughout his or her lifetime. And whereas there are different types of OI with a range of severity from mild to life-threatening, and whereas there is no cure for OI, treatment focuses on minimizing fractures, the surgical correction of deformity, reducing bone fragility, maximizing mobility and independent function, and whereas increased funding for education and research are needed to help fund more effective treatments, and whereas the Osteogenesis Imperfecta Foundation is declaring May 1st to 8th, 2021 to be National OI Awareness Week, during which board members, staff, medical professionals, and volunteers join together to focus attention on OI, and people living with OI also declare May 6, 2021 as Wishbone Day, all in an effort to raise awareness about this disorder. Now, therefore, I hereby proclaim May 1st to 8th, 2021 be known as National OI Awareness Week, and that May 6th to 2021 as Wishbone Day in Dawson Creek. So the little guy that I'm going to speak about is what raised this to my attention a few years ago, and one of my very best friends, Wayne Fontaine, is his grandson, Hayden Fontaine, Hayden Weiner Fontaine, and I think Hayden's about 8 or 9. And I got invited to the school in Notre Dame last year where they were having Yellow Shirt Day. And the kids at Notre Dame took it upon themselves to ensure that they had Wishbone Day and Yellow Shirt Day. And that's a way for them to raise the awareness of it and to ensure that little Hayden throughout his day at school and the kids are aware of it and take those extra precautions. Because Hayden's had just an amazing life in if I can use that term, where he jumped off the couch one day and broke his leg, and jumped in another area and broke his arm, and he's had I don't know how many fractures in his lifetime at 8 years old. It's unbelievable, and it's just this learning to live with this genetic disorder, and he is an amazing little guy, and so I really take some personal pride today to be able to recognize and do this proclamation, and for all of us to be aware of it, of what a a horrible thing to be dealing with, but he's living his life and he's doing an amazing job. And so, Hayden, for you, my buddy. And the last proclamation this morning is for breast cancer, and it's really, I think, an important one of those topics for all of us who take special pride in helping support those affected by and dealing with breast cancer. Whereas breast cancer is the most frequently diagnosed cancer in Canadian women, and it can be completely cured if caught in time. And whereas it is estimated that 27,400 Canadian women were diagnosed with breast cancer in 2020, this represents 25% of all new cancer cases, and 240 were in men. And whereas 5,100 women will die of this disease in 2020, 13% of all cancer deaths. And whereas women younger than 35 tend to be diagnosed with more aggressive, higher-grade tumors, they're often more advanced in diagnosis. And whereas 1 in 8 Canadian women will develop breast cancer in her lifetime, and 1 in 31 will die from it. And whereas by proclaiming Tuesday, May 11th, 2021, as National Denim Day, the City of Dawson Creek assists the Cure Foundation for Breast Cancer in raising awareness about the seriousness of this women's disease. Now, therefore, I hereby proclaim that Tuesday, May 11th, 2021, to be known as National Denim Day, and we ask our citizens to recognize this day. And I just got a little background for us on May 11th. Denim Day began in 1997 as the main fundraiser for the Cure Foundation. In the past, it was not a normal attire to wear jeans at the office. And this gave individuals an opportunity to support a worthwhile cause and get to wear their jeans. Now, as jeans have become more common dress at the office, the incentive to donate has increased. The Cure Foundation now distributes pink ribbons as part of the fundraising effort for this day, and Community Services is asking for a $5 donation to wear a ribbon on May 11th, and that donation does go to the foundation. City employees with the public can purchase a ribbon at the Community Services front desk downstairs at City Hall, and we ask everyone to please ensure we all do our part to help put some donation forward to help find a way to cure this disease for all of our ladies in our community. Thank you. And we'll get those proclamations out to everyone. Our next delegation this morning, 2.5, we have Dale Rose and Jaron Neufeld, our chartered professional accountants from Sanders, Rose, Bone, Grindell, in attendance regarding the review of the 2020 audited financial statements. And we have them joining us via Zoom. Good morning, Jaron. Good morning, Dale. Welcome.
Morning, guys.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd just like to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to once again zoom in and present your audited financial statements. So I'll go ahead and give you a summary of the audit report as soon as I find it. Okay, here it is. So the independent auditor's report is addressed to yourselves, Mayor and Council of the Corporation of the City of Dawson Creek. We have audited the company consolidated financial statements of the Corporation of the City of Dawson Creek, which comprise of the consolidated statement of financial position as at December 31st, 2020, and the consolidated statements of operations and changes in surplus, changes in net debt, and cash flows for the year then ended, and a summary of significant accounting policies and other explanatory information. In our opinion, the accompanying consolidated financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the Corporation of the City of Dawson Creek as of December 31st, 2020, and the results of its operations and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with public sector accounting standards. And I'll summarize the rest of it because it still goes on for a page and a half. It's just basis of opinion as we used Canadian Generally Accepted Auditing Standards in the preparation of our report. It's really important to remember that we are independent of the city and hold ourselves in that regard. These financial statements are the responsibility of management, and our responsibility as your auditor is to audit the financial statements to determine whether they're free of material misstatement. So overall, a clean audit report. So congratulations to the city on that. And I'd also like to thank the city staff, Flavia and her staff, for our assistance in completing the financial statement and the audit. It was nice to work with them again this year, and Jaron will agree. And yeah, so that's your clean audit report. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. With that, I'll pass it on to council for anyone that might have a question. Staff, Flavia, Blair, anything?
Your Worship, I will just echo the thank yous to Flavia and the staff in our finance department. It's really a team effort that makes this possible to get a clean audit. Everybody at the city doing their job, and finance making sure it's all pulled together, as well as a thank you to our auditors again. Thank you for the work you do on behalf of the city of Dawson Creek.
Thank you, Blair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess we will, obviously, Jaron and Dale, we sincerely appreciate the work that you guys have done, not this year, but over the last number of years, as performing the independent audit of our financial statements, and we appreciate the professionalism, we appreciate the input, and as always, the transparency of that is so important to us, and I think for all of us at council who engage you guys to do that work and ensure on behalf of our community that the financial statements are appropriate, and we appreciate the work that you guys have done in getting us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bunstead.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll move then to our next agenda item is 2.6. And this morning we have Tara Jones, who's the Regional Project Manager for the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure for the Northern Region. And Tara is joining us this morning to present the update on the 8th Street structure replacement, and part of that is the traffic management plan. And we know the 8th Street Bridge project is nearing, and it's a big project for our community and region, and the complexities of this cannot be understated. So we appreciate Tara joining us this morning, and I'm assuming she's on Zoom. And there they are. So, good morning. We have Charlize, Steve, and Tara joining us this morning. So, welcome. We appreciate you joining us this morning and giving us an update on the 8th Street project. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tara Jones. I'm a Regional Project Manager with the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. I work out of the Terrace office. I have a PowerPoint. I'm not sure, I can't see it on my screen, but I think it's showing in the council chambers, correct?
We do have it, yeah.
Okay, great. So on the screen, I think is showing, oh, I might be able to see it now. Yes, so I have a photo of the 8th Street Dawson Creek crossing during the 2016 Peace Flood event, where, as you all probably know, debris clogged the 3 culverts at the crossing, resulting in significant damage to our highway infrastructure. I'm here today, you can go to the next slide. I'm here today to discuss the ministry's project, Highway number 2, 8th Street Structure Replacement Project. I'm here with Bill Smith and Steve Dowling, who work with me on the project team. Bill is our ministry representative, who's the construction supervisor for the project, and Steve is our district operations manager, working locally out of the Dawson Creek office. Yeah, we're here today just to provide a project update, review the scope of the work, discuss the construction schedule and work activities that will be taking place over the next 2 years. I also want to describe traffic management and how that looks this summer and next summer, or for the next 2 years, actually. I also want to discuss a 4-day road closure that we anticipate happening in early May. You can go to the next slide, please. So here's our project scope. High-level scope of our project is to provide improvements to Highway 2 or 8th Street by replacing the existing culverts with a bridge. This bridge improves hydraulic capacity of the creek. Our scope of the project also includes a relocation of existing utilities across the creek. We're also improving pedestrian connectivity with widened sidewalks and a pathway below the bridge. Next slide, please. Here is kind of a general overview of our schedule from now until completion in 2023. I think I'll also provide a bit of an update on work that's taken place since we awarded the contract in March of 2020. The contractor has been working on riprap and aggregate production, removals of existing infrastructure, clearing, grubbing, excavation, and also structural steel fabrication. The contractor also installed the new water and sanitary lines by directionally drilling those under the creek. And looking ahead now here, just a high-level overview, we have the water and sewer utility work is still underway. We're anticipating tying those into 8th Street in the next few weeks, and that's why we anticipate having a 4-day road closure, which I can discuss in a few minutes. In late June or July, we start phase 1 bridge construction, and that's when pile driving will also start. I can discuss what phase 1 bridge construction looks like on our next slide as well. In-stream works takes place from this summer to winter. Park restoration takes place over winter 2021. And then next spring 2022, bridge phase 2 construction will start. And this is when traffic will be moved over to the downstream side of the newly constructed permanent bridge. The project is scheduled to be complete by spring of 2023. Next slide, please. This slide, it shows 2 different phases of bridge construction. Our first phase, phase 1, is where the northbound lanes will be closed and a single lane in each direction will be rerouted to the newly installed detour bridge on the west side or upstream side. This is anticipated to be starting in the next, we'll start pile driving in summer 2021 and install this detour bridge for traffic to flow one lane in each direction. Phase 2, starting next spring 2022, is when traffic, like I mentioned, will be rerouted to the newly constructed bridge deck. And the rest of the bridge will be constructed. Next slide. And as I mentioned, we require a 4-day road closure to complete the water and sewer city utility tie-ins at 8th Street. This closure is between 107th and 110th Avenue. We anticipate this to be in early May. We're still trying to get the exact 4 days confirmed, and we have the contractor has a really detailed plan to sign around the site. We'll have traffic control 24 hours a day. We will have Drive BC messaging, signage at the site, local news and media news releases. And yeah, we welcome any questions about the closure or about traffic management or anything about the project in general now.
Thank you, Tara. So I'll open it up to council for questions. Councillor Parslow.
Yes, I'm interested about the traffic control. I'm looking at the Snake Pit Road, and I'm wondering if that will have some traffic control.
Bill, I might put it to you to assist.
Okay, I'm not sure where Snake Pit Road is.
Okay.
Roller Road.
Yes, it connects with the Roller Road from Highway 2.
Okay.
As I looked at the map, it's the extreme right. I'm just imagine quite a bit of traffic, and it's little. I'm just wondering if you're going to have any traffic control at that location. I mean, I'm within the city. I'm sure you'll have it, but I just wonder about that other location.
Okay, there wasn't an intent to have traffic control at Roller Road. That is one of the possible detour routes during the closure. We felt that signing was sufficient, but as soon as we start implementing the detour, if we find that there are any sort of traffic issues, we will have the contractor modify their operations immediately to overcome them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for council? So go ahead, Councillor Javetkov.
So I was just curious, is there going to be a period of time next winter between phase 1 and phase 2 where all 4 lanes are reestablished?
I don't believe so.
No. We will go from working on phase 1 bridge to transferring traffic over to the new phase 1 bridge and then immediately start on phase 2.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Javetkov, did you want to? Good. Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, comments, and first, if we can just ensure the 4-day closure. The one concern I have is once that traffic gets into town, if they get into town past the bypass route coming into Dawson Creek on Highway 2, then there's only going to be one route for that larger traffic to get them out of there, and that'll be going westbound on either 110th or 112th, and that puts all that traffic into residential. So I just want to make sure that we really monitor that pretty closely, so that if we see that traffic starting to get into town, it will create an issue. The big traffic is what I'm worried about, and so that's where that option of, as Councillor Parslow raised, the Rolla Road, if we start to see it coming in and it starts to back up, then that just gives them one more option of getting them around, going onto the Rolla Road and then into the traffic circle and bypassing that route. So I just raised that. That's my worry about that traffic getting in. If they don't pay attention to the signage at the bypass as they hit town, they're going to get in there, and then there's only 2 basic escape routes once they hit that, and it's going to be turning left onto 110th Avenue or turning left onto 112th. So, and on the longer piece of it, for me, the backing up 8th Street into one lane in each direction at 110th at the mall entrance. That left turn, anybody trying to left turn there, either northbound or southbound with only one lane in that transition zone, is going to be really create that backup. And so to me, I've always wondered, there's the meridian down the center of 8th Street from 110th north to about 112th, I would say, in that general area. And I'm wondering, is there any option for us to remove that meridian, that concrete meridian in the middle of 8th Street, to be able to transition that traffic into a 4-lane quicker? Because I'm worried that if you're going into a 2-lane through there as well, you're just backing up. The longer they're in a 2-lane situation, the more congestion it creates for that traffic. The faster we can, the shorter distance of 2 lanes and the more access to 4-lane, to me, allows us to continue to have more efficiency with respect to traffic movement. And I don't know if that was a consideration or a thought at all, but for me, it's just one that, if we can remove that, does it allow us to move that traffic into 4-lane quicker? As a suggestion or consideration.
There was no intent of removing that median. We were going to have traffic control people at the vicinity of 110th and 8th and the mall entrance to monitor that. I was concerned about traffic that is southbound and wanting to make the left turn into the mall and then tying up the rest of the southbound traffic and causing a queue through the project. And we're going to be establishing a very short left turn lane that there could be some storage in And we'll also have traffic control there monitoring that to make sure that isn't a problem, because we don't want to have traffic queuing up through the project.
Yeah, that left turn into the mall is the one for me, and there's only one entrance, one main entrance into that mall, and it's at that traffic light, that controlled intersection at 8th and 110th. And so to me, if you're transitioning traffic into two lanes, one lane through the construction zone, if we had removed that meridian, does it allow us to allow that transition of traffic more efficiently without having the meridian restrict that ability to how you transition traffic? And then you allow that, maybe that left turning both northbound and southbound a little easier. But I guess we'll watch it and see how it unfolds. And see that, because that's my big issue. My big worry is how we transition that traffic through that zone, and we got to get it back into 4 lanes as fast and as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And that 110th intersection is a worry to me.
Right.
I'll just give a quick little bit of background there. Is I know we, with Tara's predecessor, with Brooke Clasby, the notion of the removal of the meridian, I believe yourself and I, it was considered through Brooke, and I don't really remember the details and where it was, but I know it was at least looked at very preliminary earlier on. So we could talk with Brooke again as to some of the pros and cons in that discussion.
Sure. Thank you. Like I say, I think it'll be what we start to see how the traffic reacts to the construction zone, and it's that left turning at that intersection is the concern or worry that I have. Blair?
All right. Thanks, Your Worship. Maybe just a quick follow-up on that. You mentioned you would have a short left turn lane for the traffic heading south. What about a left turn signal that seems to, work at the intersections where it is put in place? Would seem to make sense where you can get the left turn out of the way before our northbound traffic begins. Has that been a thought, that you would install that or keep that operating at the mall entrance?
There are plans to change the signal operation and location, the signal head location, because when we are operating a detour for the long term, we're not talking about the short 4-day closure, but we're talking about it being in place for 1 year while we're doing the phase 1 construction, and then another year while we're doing the phase 2 construction. The traffic signals will be reoriented both for the signal head location and their operation by West Canada, because West Canada is playing a dual role in this project. They are the ministry's electrical contractor for the operation and maintenance of our lighting and signals in the region, and they are also the contractor for Procore that is doing their electrical work on the project. So they will be involved when it comes to the detours and reorienting the traffic signals.
Okay, maybe just a quick follow-up, Your Worship. Would that include a left turn signal at that intersection, which I think would help a great deal?
Okay, that hasn't been discussed yet with them.
Okay, I think it would be worthy of that discussion. I think it would stop the backup of traffic, even if you had a short left turn signal in there, or left turn lane. As the mayor said, it is the main access into the mall. It's a very significant part of our commercial activity in the city, so I think it would be worthwhile at least pursuing and maybe getting back to us on if you could.
We'll definitely follow up on that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. So any other questions from council? So obviously a major project, and it's a big project in our community, and for 2 years of managing that traffic, we appreciate all of the attention you put to it, and getting the project completed, and we look forward to that. So thank you guys for coming today. We appreciate it. And if you can give us as much notice on that 4-day closure, because we will absolutely be there as well, making sure we market and communicate into the community the closure.
Yeah, the contractor is required to do 2 weeks notice.
Okay.
We were hoping that would start soon, so we'll be in touch with when that will be.
Perfect. Tara, thank you. Bill and Steve, thank you guys for coming this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks all.
2.7, our next delegation this morning, we have Matt Thompson, the Community Housing Lead at Urban Matters, and this is Matt's presenting this morning the final draft of the Housing Needs Report. This report's been a while in the making and development, and certainly we tried to get Matt on at our last meeting, or 2 weeks or 4 weeks ago, I can't remember which, and we ran into some technical problems, so we're excited to have Matt joining us this morning to give us an update on the Housing Needs Report. And this is such an important bit of work for us as a community, as it helps move us forward in so many ways on our housing, for seniors housing, affordable housing, transitional housing, whatever that may be, and we needed to have this report. So good morning, Matt, welcome. It's good to have you here, and we appreciate the technology is working today, and thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Your Worship and Council. I really appreciate you taking the time. I only caught the tail end of your comments, but this is intended to, today's presentation is both intended to provide a little bit of a recap of the Housing Needs Report, but also provide some preliminary indication of where we will be going with next steps and recommendations, and receive Council's input on that. I very much want to stress that today is about laying out the options for Council. None of this is set in stone. This is intended to be a document that currently is very much in draft form. And so by laying out the housing objectives and policy recommendations in draft form for Council today, if you have comments, feedback, elements that you would like to see more of or less of, we will certainly integrate that feedback into the final report prior to producing it. So thank you very much. And yes, I'm glad I'm able to make it today. Thank you to staff for doing the technology check on Friday. And again, this morning to make sure that everything was in good order. So just a bit of an overview of what I'll be discussing this morning. It's been a while since somebody from our team at Urban Matters came to Council. So I'll just do a bit of a refresher on the process of this project. Talk a little bit about the key findings at a high level for Dawson Creek and some of the new engagement that was done since we were last in front of you. We'll talk about the role of local government then with regards to housing, and both traditional roles that local governments have taken on, as well as some newer emerging roles. And then we'll move into the draft housing objectives and policy recommendations for Dawson Creek, and talk about next steps. So just a bit of a reminder about sort of this process. About a year ago, Urban Matters was hired by the Peace River Regional District in partnership with 4 municipalities, the City of Dawson Creek, the District of Chetwynd, the Village of Pouce Coupe, and the District of Hudson's Hope, to complete a joint regional housing needs report, as well as a follow-up policy and practices review and draft recommendations. And so what that's looked like was last summer, we initiated the project and began gathering data from the required data sources. There are over 50 points of legislatively required data under the Local Government Act that local governments now need to collect and then report on. Through late summer and early fall, we engaged in round 1 or phase 1 of engagement, which led to draft housing needs reports being produced by sort of October and November of last year. And my colleague Marina, I believe, presented to you around the time of those draft reports. Immediately after that, we were asked by directors at the board level to engage in another round of engagement because organizations, there were some organizations that were not able to participate during that round 1 that they really felt it was very important to engage with. And I would like to thank Mayor Bumstead for taking the time to chat with us and provide some contacts and information to key organizations in the community of Dawson Creek. And actually Marla Reed as well was very helpful in providing some contacts and information. So through engagement round 2, we conducted another 22 interviews throughout the region, 7 of which were specific to Dawson Creek with organizations within the community. Recently, we finalized the housing needs reports as we were required to do by March 31st with reporting to UBCM being wrapped up this week. And now we're using those findings to move into this policy and practices review and some draft recommended actions. So that's where we are today. So I will be ready to take questions if there are from council, but also wanting to focus a bit on some of these draft recommendations. So just by way of recap, These housing indicators are commonly used to understand the challenges that our residents and communities may be facing when it comes to housing. Affordability is probably one that all council members understand very well, but a reminder that it's if you're paying more than 30% of your before tax income towards housing or shelter costs, you'd be considered to be living in unaffordable housing. Suitability basically speaks to the state of repair. Does your unit or home require major repairs? And adequacy speaks to, suitability speaks to size and overcrowding, and adequacy speaks to state of repair. And so when we look at these indicators across the community, we see that the most pressing issue for all households, whether it's owner slightly or renter for sure, is affordability of units. And so 36% of renters are currently experiencing affordability issues within the community. The graph on the right shows these same indicators for senior households, which shows that while it's a smaller number than all renters, 155 senior households, or 57% of senior renters, are currently experiencing affordability issues in their homes, as compared to 26% of all seniors overall. So we see a big difference there. Nearly twice as many senior renters as senior owners are experiencing affordability issues. So this points to kind of this emerging housing need that we see across many communities in the Peace, but particularly the municipalities where both renter and senior renter households are experiencing a housing crunch. I do want to note that these numbers are from 2016, and we understand that housing cycles can change pretty rapidly depending on economic conditions in Peace River. And unfortunately, we don't have any more up-to-date data on that, except to say that our key stakeholder interviews really emphasize that these numbers at the very least still hold true if they haven't gotten worse. And while there is a new census being conducted this year, we wouldn't anticipate any of these housing indicators being out until late 2022 or early 2023 at the earliest. So to move on, another indicator of core housing need. So when we talk about affordability, that sort of represents the first layer of understanding housing issues in a community. The second layer is core housing need, which essentially asks the question, can you afford anything else reasonably in your community? And if you're paying more than 30% of your income towards housing costs or shelter costs, and you cannot reasonably afford anything else in the community, then you would be considered to be in core housing need. And those households in extreme core housing need would be those paying 50% or more of their income. So what we see is that Dawson Creek does have, about 15% of all households are in core housing need or extreme core housing need, which is higher than Peace River, although that's not surprising. That's fairly typical for urban service centers in rural areas, is that core housing need tends to be higher in those municipal centers. When we break out core housing need by tenure type, we see that it's much more pronounced again for renters. So over 30% of renters, or nearly 600 households, experiencing this core housing need. And that speaks to, when we're really trying to wrestle with the issue of who are we building a range of affordable housing types for, it's often this group of renters who are in core housing need. There's also a small proportion, about 175 owner households in core housing need. But typically there are fewer options or supports out there, either from senior government, from the province, or from the federal government. Although increasingly we're seeing some new and interesting options, which I will speak about in a few moments, that may serve owners better. So, as I mentioned, after receiving some low response rates in phase 1, we undertook phase 2 of engagement. 22 additional stakeholder interviews were completed across the region, 7 of which were specific to Dawson Creek. And this feedback we received really reinforced what we heard through round 1 and some of the data findings, but made it more solid and made sure that we were getting that good data saturation from key stakeholders. And it reinforced the regional need for affordable housing, for supportive housing and seniors housing options, and support services, and for additional homelessness support services. So a bit of a recap of, what does this mean in terms of Dawson Creek? Housing affordability challenges remain both across owner and renter households, although they are much more pronounced for renter households. The household groupings that we typically see that are owners experiencing this tend to be single income households, such as lone parents, who are either struggling in the ownership market or unable to enter it. There's a limited availability of affordable rental units, that is, rental units serving households earning less than a median income. There is a really strong and pronounced need for supportive housing units and support services for seniors, and then also individuals with disabilities and individuals experiencing addictions or mental health or behavioral challenges. But I want to stress the importance of seniors and a comment about what we saw with regards to seniors. Peace River as a region, and Dawson Creek's no exception, has actually a lower proportion of seniors than we see in some other southern BC communities. And there was a lot of discussion and back and forth with stakeholders on whether this is because there is currently a lack of available opportunities to age in place in the region, or whether seniors tend to move south as they get older. But I think the strong consensus was from stakeholders that it's because there are not currently the options to support many seniors to age in place, particularly as they become more frail and need more supports and services, a lack of supportive housing for seniors, a lack of wraparound services to keep folks in their home for longer periods of time, and just even options to downsize as people may be less able to maintain larger homes and might be looking for smaller, whether it's apartments or townhouses that require less maintenance every year. So in addition to this, there was reporting on an increase in homelessness and hidden homelessness within the region and within the city specifically, and a lack of emergency and housing and support services, although I understand the city is partnering on a project that aims to address some of those issues. And then the final key point was the impact of the shadow population remains strongly felt, but is not necessarily easily quantified. And that's a regional issue. So as we move into kind of thinking about our practices review and our recommended actions, draft recommended actions, just so that you understand where we sort of built some of these housing practices from, we were really looking at comparable communities, particularly in the north as much as possible. So that includes Fraser, Fort George, particularly for some of the electoral area or regional recommendations, Fort Nelson Regional Municipality, the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo, the City of Terrace, the City of Prince George. So we did look at other communities. We didn't only limit it to northern communities, but wherever we could find a solid practice to look at in our review, we looked to northern communities. And so currently we're in the process of developing a range of draft recommendations. Regional level recommendations in a draft form have been presented to the Regional District Board. And currently I'm doing presentations to the Electoral Area Directors Committee, which occurred last week, as well as municipal councils, to show what the focused draft recommendations look like. These have been reviewed with staff, and so have had the benefit of input with staff from your own planning departments. But I do want to emphasize that the idea here was not to give you a fully packaged and completed set of recommendations, but rather a suite of options that council can look at and say, this idea really fits with our community, or this idea may not fit so much. And so we are, looking for your input in weeks coming forward. So today's focus obviously is on recommendations for Dawson Creek, but there are these other levels of recommendations that are going forward to the partners in the project as well. Oops. So just a bit of a review. Housing is quite a hot button issue through the province right now, as evidenced by the changes to the Local Government Act and the requirement to do housing needs reports. So I find it's often helpful, and we would integrate something like this into the final report, to review, the typical or the traditional roles of local government, and some of those roles that may be emerging for local government when it comes to housing and the types of housing projects that local government can partner or engage in. So obviously the local government has a traditional role of facilitating development through official community plans and regulating that development through a zoning bylaw, as well as advocating for specific resources for a region or community through venues such as the Union of BC Municipalities. But increasingly we're seeing local governments interested in either incentivizing certain types of priority housing or investing in housing, and that can take many different forms. Incentivization can be something as simple as prioritizing specific types of housing in the development applications queue, all the way through to providing harder incentives such as the support of land or the donation of land, as I know the city has recently done with a project for supportive housing, to waiving certain development cost charges or reducing parking, or even investing if it does have an affordable housing reserve, investing. And I know that the communities in Peace River are not large urban municipalities with lots of money, and so certainly the recommendations aren't intended to be resource onerous. But we presented what we think is probably suitable for discussion here. But then, of course, the role of local government is not to build affordable housing or to operate that housing. There are partners in the community that are well suited to do that already, both in the nonprofit sector and even in the private sector. With new federal and provincial funding programs that target private developers, there are more opportunities to build things like near market rental housing, or even affordable homeownership housing through BC Housing and CMHC funding pools. So really wanted to stress that local government obviously has a strong role to play, but it is not the only partner in this. And in fact, in many cases, its role is to support, facilitate, or incentivize development rather than lead it or drive it. And to that, we would typically look to the private sector, the nonprofit sector, further supported by much larger investments from senior government through funding. And just a quick slide, I'm sure your council is familiar with this slide as a continuum that helps us understand all the diverse types of housing that we aim to see in our communities. But just in terms of kind of government investment, as we move from left to right, the housing on the left, that is supportive housing for the homeless or emergency shelters, typically requires the greatest amount of government intervention and supports. Often from senior government rather than local government. This would be funding from BC Housing to operate shelters or supportive housing. And as we move further right, government intervention decreases as we move towards the market. So there is still a role for local government, particularly to play through zoning bylaws and OCPs around where market rental or market home ownership goes. But you wouldn't typically see lots of strong investment from senior government in those types of housing. So just to recap, the purpose of the policy recommendations that I'll now be moving into is really to support council in housing-related decision-making processes and to help determine the city's role in developing housing that suits the needs of the community and addresses the needs that were identified in the report. So I think it's important to sort of stress that the role of the city is very much what council and what staff determine, and is based on the resources and the feasibility of implementing some of these recommendations. So as much as there is interest in any of them or a disinterest of them, I very much look forward to hearing council's comments. So the four key objectives that came out of the housing needs reports, or that are building on the housing needs reports, and the next slide will show the link between needs identified and these objectives, are to strengthen seniors' housing and supports in the community, to facilitate and incentivize the development of affordable rental housing to meet those folks that are having affordability or core housing issues, to work regionally to strengthen homelessness supports, and to facilitate the right mix of housing in the right location. And I should say that last objective is to continue to facilitate the right mix, because your OCP and your zoning bylaws already look towards that. So it's not reinventing the wheel, it's building on those good documents that the city already has in place. So just making the link between policy objectives and key findings from the engagement and the needs report. Objective number one, really looking at this identified need for senior supports and housing. Objective number two, looking at the housing affordability challenges, particularly for renter households. Objective number three, addressing the increase in homelessness and hidden homelessness in the community. And objective number four, again, looking at affordable rental, affordable ownership, and a need for a wide range of housing that serves all the community members. You will note that the shadow population, which was an identified need, is not up here. That is very much still top of mind for some of these recommendations, but has been brought forward at the regional level to sort of think about, because it's a regional issue and not just unique to Dawson Creek. It affects all communities in Peace River and so remains kind of a component of those draft regional recommendations. So moving into objectives, as we look at objective number 1, what can the city do? And again, this is intended to be a bit of a long list, a menu that I hope council has some input on. The first is to promote principles of universal design through requiring adaptable housing in new multifamily. And really, what this does, and municipalities will do anywhere from a 10% requirement up to a 50% requirement, is it means that when builders are developing multifamily, they're roughing in the infrastructure that will allow for an easy conversion to accessible housing. So it's not necessarily an accessible unit right off the bat, but it makes it easier for a purchaser to adapt that unit very easily to become adaptable. And so this is a support for seniors where if they're looking to downsize, for example, they may buy in when they're retiring, and as they age, they can actually age in place because their unit is adaptable. And so for a minimal investment, they can make their unit accessible. Second recommendation is working with service organizations to strengthen the awareness of the Shelter Aid for Elderly Renter programs for seniors housing. This is a private market subsidy provided by BC Housing that supports renters in the market. The third recommendation would be identifying municipally owned or other partner organizations that have sites where the development of an independent living or supportive housing or even assisted living for seniors could be developed. This doesn't have to be a standalone seniors development. Certainly, BC Housing's new Community Housing Fund targets both seniors and families who need affordable rental. And so, when thinking about seniors' needs, it's also important to think about how those might integrate with some of the other affordable housing needs that the community is experiencing. Ensuring that the OCP language encourages new seniors housing close to amenities in the next OCP update. And then working to partner with the municipalities and the regional district and the region to host a forum to talk about how regional cooperation might better serve supporting seniors aging in place and coordinating that regional sort of service. So an example of a local municipality that has recently undertaken a partnership around affordable housing for seniors. The District of Hudson's Hope recently donated a parcel of land to the Hudson's Hope Healthcare and Housing Society, immediately adjacent to their existing Silver Willows facility, in order to plan for an expansion of senior supportive housing. The Society recently submitted an application to BC Housing for capital funding and expects to hear back in May. So this project would not at all be possible without that contribution of land and the letter of support that came both from the district and the regional district to access both seed funding from CMHC as well as letters of support to that BC Housing application. Objective number 2 is to facilitate and incentivize the development of affordable rental housing. So again, working with the planning department to identify potential sites for affordable rental housing. This could be, it could be all rental housing for families, or it could be a mix of independent seniors and family housing. To continue to support or engage in conversations with nonprofit and other institutional partners, such as churches, in identifying lands that they own or operate on that might be appropriately located for the development of new housing in the community. Increasingly, we're seeing churches move into the world of affordable housing as they, often have quite large properties that may be underutilized and may be suitable for new housing development while also serving their original purpose, which is to host a church or public assembly land. The city already supports nonprofit applications for senior government, so continuing to do so where it makes sense and priority housing types are being proposed. As well as considering incentives such as the option for reducing parking for seniors or very low income housing, considering expedited development approvals processes to reduce some of the financial impact of that on nonprofit housing. And finally, one measure that should be or is sort of on the table regionally is the opportunity for a regional housing reserve fund. Which would need to go through a regional referendum in order to be passed. but could be used in order to support and invest in the acquisition of land and an actual capital funding for priority projects. That is probably the largest potential recommendation that may find its way into the report, is to consider this possibility. And I am going to talk about what that might look like a bit more in a few minutes, but I understand that this would require much more sort of conversation between the municipalities and the regional district as to what it might look like. But it does provide essentially an opportunity to move away from the total dependence on senior government for capital dollars, or the dependence on the development sector to fund things like affordable housing reserves that we often see in larger municipalities. So again, a couple of examples of sort of municipal or regional participation in developing affordable housing. The City of Terrace contributed land and grants to support the development of 52 units for individuals experiencing homelessness, and 45 units of low-income housing in partnership with Kasan Housing Society and the province. And I just mentioned the Regional Housing Service. So there are actually two current regional housing services in British Columbia. One is through the Comox Valley Regional District and is focused specifically on homelessness. And the other one is operated through the Cowichan Valley Regional District, or collected through that regional district, and is intended to serve a much broader base of housing, from very low income housing all the way up to near market rental. And that service essentially collects taxes on a regional basis, on an annual basis, and puts those towards, in this case, it's towards a single housing society, the Cowichan Housing Association, but it could just as easily go into a reserve fund that numerous housing societies across the region or in the community could apply to. The whole goal of this is really would be to increase the capacity of local communities in developing affordable housing projects, and increase the local funds and the ability to prioritize those funds locally for local projects. Objective number 3, continuing to strengthen regional homelessness supports. Fort St. John recently had a point-in-time homeless count. Dawson Creek was not included in that count. But we know and understand that there continue to be issues around both visible and invisible homelessness within the community. So continuing to advocate to provincial and federal government for greater resources to support those individuals who are experiencing homelessness or mental health and addiction supports. Considering partnering with other municipalities on this regional housing service that could support, to some measure, the development of new housing supports for individuals experiencing homelessness across the region, and exploring partnership opportunities to expand current short-term and shelter or short-term supportive and shelter housing for individuals. And so I know that the city has already actually been a strong and active partner on the development of 30 new supportive homes for people experiencing or at risk of homelessness with South Peace Community Resources Society. So I think that that is a laudable and fantastic initiative that the city has undertaken. And typically what we see in smaller and mid-sized communities is that those types of projects make a big impact on homelessness, but there continue to be the need for other supports, such as scattered site housing for individuals who may be leaving the supportive or don't need all the supports, but do need some form of subsidized independent housing in order to prevent homelessness or to recover from it. So I want to acknowledge the work that the city's already done through this land contribution and partnership process. Finally, objective number 4 is continuing to facilitate the right mix of housing in the right location. And so, as we saw above, continuing to embed OCP language that encourages new rental or multifamily to be located near amenities so that it's easily accessible for those residents. Considering options for phasing in gentle density in suitable locations only, such as near the downtown core. Engaging in conversations with BC Housing and actually local developers on what it might look like to implement the Affordable Homeownership Program, which I'll speak a little bit more about in a moment. As well as, I should mention, CMHC has a rental construction financing program that provides very favorable amortization periods and quite low interest rates for purpose-built rental housing that developers don't always know about. And so raising the profile of that program as well. Considering implementing a tax incentive program to stimulate the development of certain types of housing in specific locations, particularly the downtown core. And I believe this may already be in early conversations with the city. And monitoring the implementation of rental-only zoning, which is a new tool that municipalities have to require the development of specific tenure types around the community. So not necessarily looking to implement that now, but continue to monitor how other communities are using that tool and what kind of impacts it may be having. So just going back to the kind of gentle, flexible density, I think the city of Terrace, I know, and I believe that the city of Dawson Creek provided quite extensive secondary suite allowances in the previous OCP. And so this would be really looking at more targeted requirements where it's appropriate. Are there opportunities for additional laneway houses near the downtown core, or duplexes or quadplexes near the downtown core in a more controlled and focused fashion? And that's sort of where the city of Terrace has gone with its zoning bylaw, focusing on the central and downtown commercial zones for that moderate to higher density residential uses. And then finally, wanting to talk a little bit about the Affordable Homeownership Program. So this is a very new program, relatively untested, being offered through BC Housing, where they partner with developers to provide units that can come in anywhere from 5 to 20% below market value. And the difference is secured by a BC Housing mortgage registered on the title, and allows first-time buyers to enter or access the market in a way that they might not be able to otherwise. After 5 or 10 years, if residents have lived there and would like to sell their unit, they're required to repay a portion of that loan back to BC Housing based on the equity that they've gained. And in theory, as I've said, this is a new program. In theory, the way that this program is supposed to work is that if they pay back that money to BC Housing holds that money and reinvests it in the community where it was first invested. So it's not supposed to go back into the general pool of BC Housing AHOP. It really is supposed to stay in the community or the region. So a very untested program, but an interesting one to kind of engage the development community in to see if it's feasible in potentially in Dawson Creek. Finally, for tax incentives, there are a couple of examples we have here. The city of Prince George has a downtown revitalization tax exemption, which incentivizes developments within the downtown core, particularly multifamily housing, to support the growth of that through this program. They also provide some exemptions and reductions for DCCs for market and non-market housing project where there are 3 or more attached units. And the city of Quesnel has a comparable program where they provide a tax incentive. It's a 10-year tax incentive exemption for projects with 3 or more attached units with a minimum value of $300,000 and 50% meet the adaptable housing standards. So this is an example of how you may build towards more adaptable or accessible housing for seniors. I think this is an interesting program, specifically because one of the tools that local governments do have in their toolkit to support non-market housing is our tax exemptions for the long term. But typically, I would recommend that it's better for a local government to invest up front rather than having to pay out over the long term or lose property taxes over the long term. But this is an interesting one precisely because it does have a time limit on it of that 10-year sort of incentive. So it's not in perpetuity, it's for a limited period of time. So that brings me to the end of some of the examples and the draft recommendations or the draft actions. In terms of next steps, as I've said, I am presenting to municipal councils and the Electoral Area Directors Committee on these focused recommendations. I hope to receive further input from staff. We've been meeting with staff prior to each of these meetings, but also feedback from elected officials in order to help us refine and improve these objectives and policy recommendations. Once we've received that feedback and kind of conducted our presentation to councils, we will be presenting or holding a virtual roundtable with some of the great stakeholders that were so important to the housing needs report phase of the project. And so it'll be an opportunity for those stakeholders who are engaged with us then to weigh in on these and provide some feedback and input too, at which point we will develop the draft of the policy recommendation report, bringing it forward to the regional board and to councils to see again. I won't necessarily be making presentations to each council again, but I will be working with staff to ensure that when the draft report is brought forward, that any feedback that we have prior to finalizing is integrated into that report. And that is the end of my presentation. So thank you very much, Your Worship and Council. I look forward to any questions or comments or concerns you have.
Thank you, Matt. So to council, any questions, comments? Councillor Javetkov?
This housing stuff is pretty complex. One of the things that has bothered me, and I don't know if you've considered it, is the costs of housing and the costs of building houses or apartments being driven up by some of the requirements of senior governments. The STEP program comes to mind, and I was talking to a builder the other day, and he went on a rant, and he said he could see the cost of housing escalating to $750 a square foot here, you know, in the near future. That's probably an exaggeration, but it's, you know, it's just an indication of, it seems to me, sort of contradictory you know, a situation that you're driving the costs of housing up, and yet you want affordable housing. Like, I don't know how that fits together.
Yeah, I mean, I think absolutely that concern is something that we hear really province-wide. The cost of building has escalated significantly in the last 10 years. And as I'm sure we're all aware, the cost of lumber right now is skyrocketing, which is further placing pressure on this market. Certainly that's a major concern. With regards to this, I mean, I would say that a role for local government to play could be to advocate on behalf of changes to things like the STEP code to senior government, expressing concern around those costs. There's not obviously it shouldn't and it can't fall to local government to regulate the cost of building, other than through streamlining your own development approvals processes. But I think, you know, that concern is very valid and something that we hear. Doesn't matter whether it's small and rural communities or large urban centers that we work in. It's very much present and top of mind in the development sector right now. And at the same time, there's no simple solution. But I would suggest that advocacy from local government to address some of those costs and to engage in conversation with senior government could be one tool or avenue for local government to take action.
Okay, I just have one other question. The stakeholders that you talk about, have you been including the builders, the construction people?
We have. I'm sorry, I don't have my list for Dawson Creek right in front of me. Wherever possible, we've been engaging builders and the real estate sector as well. You know, our first round was a little more difficult. I would certainly be open to including them in the next round of engagement for sure. If you have names or suggestions of particular folks that may be useful to invite to that roundtable, because ultimately this phase of the work, the recommendations are going to be much more likely to impact them than the previous work, which was the kind of the research component. And so I know that we talked to some builders in. I know for sure we talked to a builder and developer in Pouce Coupe, and I believe in Hudson's Hope as well. But I'd have to check my list to see if we spoke to somebody that was located immediately in Dawson Creek. If you have a name for the next round of engagement, I would welcome it as somebody to invite to that stakeholder, next stakeholder piece.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Go ahead, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. To touch on a point made by Councillor Javetkov, I too was, reading the initial report, there were a couple limitations that struck me. First, you noted that much of the data in there is derived from 2016 census figures. So obviously the notion that much of the inferences we draw from it could conceivably be outdated given how much upheaval there's been in the regional economy since then. I do agree with the primary takeaway that supportive housing for seniors, especially those of limited means or who are aging out of, or to age in place, are very much needed. And similarly, I'm interested now that Niiginaw Place, which is the supportive housing for people at risk of homelessness, is close to opening up. I'm very keen to hopefully see the positive impact that has in helping mitigate that issue here in our city. But one thing Councillor Javetkov touched on that I noted in the report I read was there did seem to be a marked lack of input from realtors, housing developers, people who deal, or I think there was one rental company included, but there are several in town, and I would like to see a broader sampling, simply because I do worry that if we're just reaching out to one demographic or one aspect of the local market, we do run the risk of making decisions based off sample bias. So a couple pieces of feedback there. With respect to, we have downtown using tax incentives to induce, I guess, investment in the downtown core. I don't know that we've had anything as pertains to a formal discussion on that. I know I've had some thoughts publicly. Most of those have focused on commercial developments and an economic development zone. But if you've got any similar to the information you provided with respect to, I think it was Prince George and Quesnel, I would be very happy to see any information you had around that. And secondly, the AHOP program. This is the first I'm hearing about it, and my day job is at a financial institution, which, so usually I'm fairly on top of the various programs to help assist with home ownership. One thing in your description that struck me is if and it's a provincial program, correct?
That's correct, yep.
So if the provincial government is providing subsidized housing for sale at below 15 to 20%, what mechanisms or controls do they have in place to prevent the market from just absorbing those and prices going up 5 to 20%? Because that's the first thing that struck, and I don't want to get in a long, prolonged conversation about it, but it is something with those kind of programs that I do worry is the market's just going to absorb it and accommodate it, and the pricing is going to get factored in, and before you know it, in intending to decrease the cost of home ownership for a segment of people, everybody's cost of home ownership is just increased to absorb it.
So they have a couple. I'll answer your last question first, and then maybe cycle back to the other comments that you had. In terms of the tools that they have in place, as I said, AHOP is a pretty new program, but one of the things that they do in order to offset, because one of the things that we hear is that when you're requiring a developer to have affordable units in a development, what you're functionally doing, and I think this is what Councillor Earl is referring to, is bumping up the price of the market units in order to accommodate the non-market units. And in this case, BC Housing, being an active partner at the table, allows the developer to access favorable financing, so typically a longer amortization period, as well as typically pretty favorable lending rates too. So I think BC Housing can enter into a 35-year amortization period through their mortgage, as opposed to the 25-year that you'd receive in the market. And so that allows them to offset the costs without necessarily escalating the cost on the market units that are available. There may also be some other capital incentives that they provide that I'm not familiar with, because I'm not deeply familiar with this pretty new opportunity. The other thing, though, is that for the units themselves, if you are a purchaser buying one of these affordable units, you would have an income review done by BC Housing in order to prove sort of eligibility, and then either probably a housing agreement in place for the period of that mortgage until you sell on the unit itself. Yeah. So, cool. Further comments, or before I move on to your other comments?
No, I'll look into it further. It was just something that struck me. I wanted to make note of while I had you here.
Yeah, I think, and with regards to the councillor's comment on the data limitations, yes, absolutely. I think We in conducting these recognize the data limitations, particularly in a community or a region like Peace River, where the cyclical economy can change things on a year-over-year state. And so what I would encourage council to do with these reports, because they do need to be updated every 5 years, is view it as a bit of a baseline. And when the new data is out, probably in 2022, think about a sort of moderate or small scale update to some of the key indicators with the more recent data, and then to kind of tick off that Local Government Act requirement. Very much in terms of what we heard from stakeholders, supported the data or said things have gotten, the crunch has gotten worse in Dawson Creek since 2016.
Okay. Yeah, that was going to be a follow-up. I'm not sure of the terms of the agreement or the contract with the regional district, but I was curious as to whether this report was a one-off or it was a living document that was going to be periodically updated, because with the census happening this year, it would make sense from my mind to update the data immediately after the census, or as soon as you reasonably could, so that you're not always, right now, if we were to do it every 5 years, we'd be working with something that was consistently 5 years out of date potentially. So
exactly. Well, so this document is not intended to be a living document in that it kind of meets the city's needs for this first round. But yeah, every 5 years, I think your approach is right on to take the data as soon as you can get it. And while this is quite a long report, it's nearly 100 pages, the intention was to provide a baseline. I think in further iterations of the report, the reporting requirements from the Local Government Act are actually not very onerous. And you could probably do something in a much, much shorter, less resource intensive way. In terms of an update where you're looking at just a few of the key indicators, probably in 2022 or early 2023, to make sure that you are more up to date. So I think that's an approach that certainly we're recommending to communities where they're able to do it, but not necessarily to do a whole fulsome 100-page update, but rather keep it kind of key indicators and data points as necessary. I also wanted to circle back to Councillor, your comment on the lack of input from realtors and developers. Again, as we enter into this next roundtable discussion, I hear that limitation. We were working very much with the stakeholder groups that were given to us in the community, and so in some communities the representation from the real estate industry was stronger than others. If there are key stakeholders that you feel have been missed that we can include in our next round of engagement around these draft actions, where I think probably developers in the building industry will have the most interest, we would welcome those names to include in our engagement for the next stage.
Thank you. We're going to move on. I got to get Councillor Parslow in, and I got one more. Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm glad the report has reached in fruition here. And it does highlight clearly the need for something to be done to enable the affordability factors to be somewhat addressed. But I'm somewhat concerned what Councillor Jawatkov was saying. The affordability, it seems to me that home ownership is going to become increasingly more difficult because of other major factors. I mean, you take the example of Prince George in an article, I think it came out last week, from March 2020 to March 2021, average house prices in Prince George have increased, and this is fairly accurate, from about 350,000 to 450,000. And it seems to be, the article said it seems to be hotting up. And so this is a real issue, a real problem. And I don't think there's easy solutions. And then we add to that, the massive debt incurred by senior governments, largely due to COVID. And then you have announcements of a net zero by, was it 2030, or I think it was something like that. And the estimates of that cost and the impact on homeowners is mind-boggling. And so whilst reports like this are laudable and certainly these issues need to be brought to attention, I see the obstacles facing homeowners becoming horrendous.
Thank you, Councillor. Blair, you had a question?
Just, Matt, thank you for your presentation. Just a quick comment, maybe if you could answer this. I think for the public that are watching, a lot of the calls we get, a lot of the concerns expressed have to do with complex care for our seniors. This report does not deal with that. I believe we have people in our hospital waiting for placement. That seems to be an ongoing issue here. Just if you could comment on that, because I believe for the general population that are watching this or will watch it, that may be a question that comes forward, and really just clarification on this report, whether it dealt with that or not.
Yeah, I mean, it touches on it in that the report talks about the needs for a wide range of options for seniors, which includes assisted living and complex care. But with regards to housing, there's a bit of a delineation that BC Housing often makes between independent or even supportive housing, which has kind of light housekeeping, maybe a meal program, versus assisted living, which is really considered the purview of the health authorities, insofar as health funding and nursing supports and medical supports are required in order to make those types of long-term, whether it's congregate care or assisted living, function. And so because the focus of this report is intended to be on housing, we don't go too far into that. But I think certainly your comments regarding complex care needs in hospitals and functionally hospitals often functioning to house, at least temporarily, our older adults is not unique to Peace River. Certainly a pressing issue that we see through parts of southern and southwestern BC as well. But that represents a much larger sort of medical intervention and series of medical supports that are intended to be addressed through the housing system alone, and obviously certainly beyond the reach of local government in addressing, because it does require those health authority supports for not just for capital builds but also for ongoing operations.
Thank you. So, Matt, thank you. We're running into our agenda, and so I want to fortunately move on. Thank you so much for being here this morning and giving us an update on the report. We appreciate it, and it's been a long-awaited report, and we're anxious to get moving forward with it. So thank you for being here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your time, Mayor and Council. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So we are at 10:30, and so I'm going to take a 5-minute recess now, and then we'll be back and carry on, beginning with councillor business. Call ourselves back to order, and our next item under new councillor business, we have 3.1. We have a motion from Councillor Dober regarding a fee for utility billing. And Councillor Dober is on the phone.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I am. Can you guys hear me good?
Yep, go ahead, Councillor.
Okay. I'd just like to make a motion that Council directs staff to look into options for citizens age 70 and over to receive an exemption from the additional fee for printed utility bills.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Sorry? Councillor Earl? Go ahead, Councillor Dober. Do you want to have discussion? I'll begin with you.
Okay, thank you. I had some discussion with some of the staff, and obviously this was brought up just by the mass amount of letters we've received from mostly seniors, but we're not 100% sure of that. But there was a thought of having the staff look into something where we could have people apply for the exemption of it. That would help leave the onus on the applicant versus leaving it on the staff. And then also with the Utilities Commission, you can't tell the age of people, so it makes that difficult to monitor and to be able to work into. My suggestion would be look into some way to exclude a demographic, but have the onus on to apply for it.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Dober, for bringing this attention to it. I mean, I know when we initially passed the fee for paper bill policy, the intention was not to impose any hardship on seniors or people who maybe aren't comfortable with using the internet for these kinds of things. Our goal was to, reduce the cost, be a bit more efficient in how we're spending our finite resources, and also, and as we see reading ahead in Finance's report, that seems to be bearing some fruit, but it does still leave some people feel as though they've been left out in the cold by this, unfortunately. So I'm not opposed to an application ability. I'm just thinking through this. I want to make this as logistically simple if this is something council is going to pursue as anything. I know maybe once upon a time it would have been appropriate if somebody were applying for their seniors exemption to just tack it onto that. But that's now being taken over by the provincial government, so it's not something we would be able to rely on. So I guess an application otherwise would be the most appropriate. So just my thoughts on it. I'd be curious to hear the rest of council. I know I continue to think that moving away from paper billing is a worthwhile endeavor, but I also recognize that it's not a one-size-fits-all policy. Unfortunately, we're not that nuanced when we pass policies, and one size doesn't always fit all. So trying to make this as functional as possible for our city and all of its residents.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
Well, I know we've had a few letters, I don't know how many, 9 or 10, but I'm opposed to the motion. We're trying to reduce the costs. We've obviously got some issues with operational finances, and so we're trying to reduce the costs. To layer on another study or another more research or more reports and more complexity as far as collections, and to me just does not make sense. It just conflicts with our original intent.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yeah, for me, I did, honestly, and I agree, I think over the last 3 months since we've implemented this, I think we've had about 8 or 10 requests from folks. I don't know if they're all seniors or not. You do the analysis on it, and look, we have 4,500 accounts, utility accounts approximately, and I'm using that as an approximate, Flavia. A penny, a dollar a stamp, utility, stationary costs, staff time. So it all adds up into I think an amount that for us, and we bill every 2 months. So you say perhaps $3,000 or $4,000 a month. So we're talking annually $40,000 to $50,000. And to me, I don't look at this as, although that's the way it's been presented, that we're charging an additional $2. What we're saying is to people who sign up to electronic access, that we're not going to charge you the increased costs that we incur as a business, somebody providing services to our entire portfolio of residents. It's $1 a month. I get that for some people $1 is an impact, but you know what? Every time we do something, we always take the seniors into consideration, and if this is the demographic we're trying to impact, we give reduced fees for all of the different services, and this is an increase of costs of us delivering services. It costs us, the city of Dawson Creek, more money to provide this billing service, and if we can find a way to do it electronically, then that's going to reduce it to all. And if people find it onerous, there are all kinds of options for us to be able to help facilitate that through the electronic medium to save them that $2 if it's onerous. So as much as I support always trying to find ways to facilitate it for a senior, this is $1 a month we're talking about. So I also am opposed to it. Do we have any further comments, further discussion, Council? You ready for the question? Councillor Earl, one more time.
I was just going to pose a question through you to staff, if without being able to read the tea leaves or not presuming how this vote's about to go, in your conversations with Councillor Dober, did you suggest was the suggestion made that the most straightforward, because I take Councillor Javetkov and his worship's point that logistically it's my concern in trying to do a kindness for a small segment of our residents, we would end up offsetting any cost savings we're experiencing. Was if this goes ahead, are we talking an application for not doing it would be that logistically the easiest way, or is there I guess an analogous program we deploy in order to do this, or would this be a whole new thing we're doing?
Blair?
Through you, Your Worship, the one thing I would say is, no, Councillor Dober had raised the idea, the issue of whether it would be 70 years and older, 65 years, very difficult for us to start questioning people's age. I think we would have to look at the seniors based on the homeowner's grant, although the province does it now. It's my understanding our finance department knows it's 65 years or greater. But again, this is, you mentioned a cost-saving initiative. This is a cost recovery initiative. I want to be clear on that. I think there is a distinct difference on that. But no, we would have to, based on what happens with this motion, go in and develop a report based on what options may be available to the city.
Thank you. Further discussion, anyone? Ready for the question? All in favor of the motion? Opposed? The motion's defeated. Anything further, Councillor Dober, under Councillor Business?
No, nothing further under council business. Thank you.
Thank you. 3.2, we have a motion from Councillor Earl in regards to the motion regarding the Network Ministries property taxes. Councillor Earl? I'm sorry, let me go.
Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, staff, for your guidance in developing the motion. As I mentioned at the last council meeting, Networks Ministries has communicated then that they're in a bit of a tight spot with respect to this year's property tax, and this motion is intended to save them the city's portion of property tax at the very least, in order to give them time to get everything sorted out with BC assessment as far as the classification goes, and if they so choose, which they've communicated is their intent, to apply for a permissive tax exemption in the following years. So this would be a one-off. I am sensitive to the fact that we as a city are not currently looking to onboard any more ongoing costs, so I'm sensitive to that, but I do think, given the work they do, and you've all read the motion, that it is a worthwhile endeavor. So I make that motion and looking for a seconder.
Could I get you just to read the motion for the public, please?
Pardon me. Whereas Networks Ministries provides an invaluable service to the community of Dawson Creek and its most vulnerable residents, and whereas the purchase of the former O'Brien School located at 10512 13th Street has required a significant amount of capital investment and volunteer labor to bring into compliance for occupancy. And whereas upon taking possession, the property reverted to being assessed under commercial, which subsequently incurred a property tax bill of $11,020 that Networks Ministries had not expected or budgeted for. And whereas Networks Ministries has committed to applying for a permissive tax exemption in the years to come, which would negate further complications of this sort. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Dawson Creek provide Networks Ministries with a one-time grant in total of $7,812 pay the city portion of Networks Ministries property taxes for the 2021 year on the 10512 13th Street to be allocated from the city's grant budget, which has a current balance of $12,500.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Kempf? Brenda, sorry? Okay. Discussion? Councillor Earl, did you want to have anything further?
Nothing to add. I think it's contained within there. As I said, it is intended to be a one-off to bridge the gap between now and when the networks can have their T's crossed and their I's dotted. But if I'm happy to hear my fellow councillors' thoughts on the matter.
Thank you. Councillor Dober.
Thank you, Worship. I just had a question to the staff. Just curious, this building sat empty for a long time. What were the contributions from that building when it was empty to the city before Networks went in there?
So as it was a school and it was, I think, identified as a school, it was exempt from property taxes? So we never did have any tax revenue from that facility, Darce, because it was, sorry, Councillor Dober, because it was a school, and they are exempt.
Okay, so now that they've changed into the Networks, it changes their class, so which brings them into obviously a different tax zone. But so if we had no money coming from that building for the 30 or 40 or 50 years that it's there, and we want to exempt them this year, like besides the budget, we're not really losing any money. Correct?
No, they are commercially assessed now as a entity in the province, in the city, and so as a result of that, they are required to pay that tax bill for both their city taxes as well as their school taxes, as well as the regional district component, and the motion that Councillor Earl has moved forward is that we provide them a grant. We're not waiving the revenue. We got to give them the grant because that money has to be paid in some way, and the only way we could do it is through a grant that we've budgeted for 2021. Staff? Thank you. Does that answer it for you, Councillor Dober?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov.
So one of the requirements when we provide a grant is that we get information about the financial situation of the proponent. Is that the same in this case, or do we have any of that information?
Staff? Sorry.
So through your worship, the procedure when we grant a permissive tax exemption, that's when we ask for the financial information. When we are asking for a grant under the community funds, normally they would be presenting with the reason for the request for the grant, if it's an activity or if it's an event. It's not the same procedure between when you're asking permissive tax exemption or you're asking a community grant. What's happening here, Councillor is want to use that community grant of $12,500 to give the portion of the municipal tax to Networks so that they can pay the property tax. So it's not going through permissive tax.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Javetkov? Sorry?
I'm Parslow.
Sorry, Councillor Parslow. He's all alone down there, so I was feeling kind
you're
of
worried
bad
about
for him.
him,
So.
I know that. Yeah. That's kind of funny, actually. So the 12,500 in the budget, of course, hasn't been, that's the total allocation. There's been no grants being given. What's the, it's hard for you to answer this, but I'm just wondering, are we anticipating awarding any grants this year? What was our experience last year? What was last year's experience? That might be easier to answer. Whilst you're looking for that, if I may continue, it's this does raise in my mind when are we going to be talking about permissive tax exemptions? I know it was delayed probably because of COVID or budget stuff. When is that scheduled approximately? This year, next year?
So through your worship, actually on the Committee of a Whole report, I'm actually talking about the permissive tax
Okay.
because we have some steps to proceed before. So
Okay.
it's today we are
Okay.
bringing.
Okay. And grant usage for last year?
Yeah, that one I need to ask someone of my staff
Okay.
downstairs.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Dober.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just listening to everybody and going through this. I mean, the networks, like a lot of organizations, is very impactful for the health of our community. They were operating in another facility before that. I'm sure was tax exempt there as well. So, I understand there's a way things go and there's policies, but I'm in favor of Jeremy's motion. But I also think we should look at how we credit the whole amount back, because I really don't believe we charge them $5,000 or $12,000. That's money that goes to making our community and the people that need it a better place, and we're taking that away from them for a tax purpose that we never had that funding before for the last 50 years since that building's been available. So from a business side, it doesn't make sense. We've never had revenue from that building to begin with, and now we've budgeted for it, but it's a budget. So I get there's policies and ways around it, but I would like to see it being waived completely, because it's just taking away from people that need it in our community.
Thank you, Councillor. Flavia?
Yeah, through your worship, I just want to clarify something. So when we are preparing the budget of 2021, we base it on the BC assessment figures. In the BC assessment figures of 2021, that property now is not exempted anymore, is then included as a commercial class. So all the calculation and analysis of the budget does include that you're going to collect tax over that property, because we can't exempt that property anymore. So although in previous years it was not on the budget, it was really not built up when we prepare our figures. But this year of 2020, it is considered and it's part of the taxes. So I just want to clarify that.
Thank you, Flavia.
Yeah.
Further discussion? Comments? Council? Councillor Parslow?
Yes, my thinking on this was that, we have the issue of permissive tax exemptions. I believe it's our, although I'm not certain when I say this, but I think it's my understanding at least, that we did, if anything, we wanted to reduce the level of permissive tax exemptions, not increase it. So there may be some properties or endeavors that are currently receiving permissive tax exemption that we may decide that we will not grant it. And so whilst the pressure is on Network Ministry to pay their taxes by July the 2nd, is it? Will we resolve this issue about permissive tax exemptions by the month of June?
Through your worship, no. And then the permissive tax we'll be discussing through this year is actually for granting for 2022. The deadline for 2021 was by October last year.
Okay. And I just wonder if you've got some information about the grant budget for last year, how it was spent?
I'm still waiting
Still search. That's okay. Maybe.
Fortunately, we don't have access directly here. But I will provide.
My reason for asking is, is that will we be cutting off other groups if we allocate this amount? My recollection, which could be completely wrong, is that there was very little applications made for this grant last year.
It was very little. Yeah, I just want to get the right number. But
Sure.
yeah, we did not use it.
So Councillor Earl, you wanted to speak once more?
One more, I'll try and be as quick as I can, Your Worship. Sorry, I need to apologize to my fellow councillors. I thought my motion was long-winded enough, but I could have gone into some more context, it appears. So with respect to where the figure 7, 8, 12 comes from, We, as a city, collect taxes on behalf of other levels of government and all those various, school districts, health region, stuff like that is what accounts for that 11,020. While I was, I similar to Councillor Dober, I'd like it to be the fact that they don't have to pay anything. Insofar as providing a one-time grant for this, I wanted to, I'm comfortable doing that on behalf of the citizens of Dawson Creek, but as far as subsidizing the regional district's share of that, I didn't feel as comfortable. And also, I was cognizant of Councillor Parslo's point that were we to provide the entire amount of $11,020, that would leave us very little left in the budget for any other worthwhile causes that come along. I would mention that this is intended to be a one-off stopgap measure. As Flavia mentioned, the deadline for applying for a permissive tax exemption was October. Last year, we got an inquiry from the Chamber of Commerce asking if they could get a permissive tax exemption, but because they'd missed the deadline, we advised them no. I wanted to make sure in putting this forward that we weren't going back on a precedent we'd already set and being inconsistent, and I thought this was the cleanest way to go about doing that. Similarly, they've been advised by, Networks has been advised by BC Assessment that their reconsideration to be reconsidered as a recreation, which would dramatically bring down their tax bill, won't also happen until next year. And Flavia can correct me on that if I'm mistaken. But so this is intended to be a stopgap measure, as I said earlier, to allow them to cross their T's and dot their I's. So hopefully it won't be an issue moving forward.
Thank you. So I just want to add a couple of comments. One thing that I will say that my concern about depleting the majority of the grants to community organizations to one organization, it really does put us in a spot, I believe, where we get that other information. I did receive a call last week from the volunteers at Ron Pettigrew who are trying to keep that facility open and alive. Their tax bill is $40,000. There's no way that we can help them. And we got Bergeron and Nowakins providing a very similar service in the community, and so to me, I'm not in any way questioning the value with which and the services that Networks provide. It's our financial capacity to meet the needs of not only Networks in this case, but any others that come forward. The one thing I will also add is, so when we were preparing for the meeting and the information, I looked at Networks last 4 months. They've got about $50,000 worth of donations into Networks for their operation. That's stuff that was available through social media. I don't know what their financial capacity is, and we don't ask that question when we give a grant, I don't believe. But we don't know that Networks needs $7,000 or $8,000 to pay their tax bill. We just are making that leap that we're going to provide it. And I get Councillor Dober's point that if we don't pay it, then it just takes away from other programs. I understand that. I guess my concern is if we deplete the majority, 2/3 of the grants to community organizations, then that really hinders us in what we've done for the future. Flavia, do you have anything to add?
So, through your worship, in response to Council Parslow's question about last year community grant, it was granted $3,400.
Sorry, I had your mic off, Flavia. I'll turn it back on.
Okay, I will repeat.
Thank you.
In response to Council Parslow, the amount used last year was $3,480 in grants.
Thank you, Flavia.
You're welcome.
So with that, I'll see any further comments or questions. Councillor Earl, as the mover, you get always the last opportunity. Good. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Dober? In favor?
I'm in favor.
Motion passes. Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Earl? Thank you. 3.3, we have a memo from Councillor Parslow. Now, this was a late item added, so we need to have a motion that, Councillor, okay to deal with this at today's, as it was a late item. Councillor Parslow, do you want to make that motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Earl? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Yes, I would like to make two resolutions. The first resolution is as follows: that the City of Dawson Creek supports the application to the BC Arts Council from the South Peace Arts Society for the Arts-Based Community Development and Leon Thea Kerner Award Program.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Earl, discussion? Councillor Parslow, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't have your mic on. I apologize.
No problem. At least you got my name right. I mean,
I'm working on it.
well, the application with the letter basically states very clearly that this is a cooperative endeavor with the Aubert Society to repair, restore, replenish, revitalize, whatever word you want to use, the murals. And part of it would see some employment for some people in the community. And this application to the Arts Council is one source of two sources of funding that we're seeking to get this work done.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council? You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
The second resolution is that the City of Dawson Creek supports the application to the NDIT for the Community Places Grant.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Javetkov? Discussion? Councillor Parslow?
So this is a grant that's one of many that NDIT has. And it's one of the purposes is to revitalize, and our murals badly need it. And so this is would be a key funding source for this project.
Thank you. Any comments, questions for council? You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Parslow? Item 4 is minutes. 4.1, we have the minutes of our regular meeting of council for April 12th, 2021 for adoption. Move, Councillor Kemp. Sorry, did you want to speak to it? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to mention that our Dawson Creek Library is having a free online event tonight. It's in regards to intro of seed savings and the seed library. It's with Tiffany Traverse, and she's from the Fourth Sister Farm. So it's at 7 p.m. tonight. If anybody's interested in attending, check out Facebook or their the Dawson Creek's website. They have all the information on there. Something else I wanted to inquire in regards to residents being able to put money on their fobs, their water fobs. So currently right now, people have to come in and do that. And if they call online and do it with their credit card, they are receiving a fee. So I've had a few residents kind of inquire to see if, during this COVID process, if it's possible either the fee gets waived or if there's a possibility that they can pay online. So I'm just wondering, maybe through you to staff, maybe to get some information on that, or why the process is that way, or just inquire if that can be changed.
Thank you. Flavia?
So through your worship, the fee is actually the convenience fee of 2%, but that is it's applicable for anyone that would like to pay through credit card. That's the convenience fee. They have the option then to pay on that card, debit card, but then they need to be in person because of safety reason. We are currently working on upgrading the system. There will be then, Kevin actually can give a little more information, but with this upgrade, either on the station, the people would be able to put credit on their fob directly, but we don't have the option online right now.
Kevin? Sorry, did you want to speak to it? Sorry, I need your mic. There you are.
So through your worship, just to follow up on Flavia's, so capital program for this year, one of the projects identified is an upgrade at the water sales, which would be a point of sale. So essentially, wouldn't have to come in, see finance, get fobs loaded or any of that. You'd be able to do your point of sale with your credit card right at site, anytime, day or night. So that will be a project that we'll be looking at this year.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin.
Perfect. Thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies. Councillor Javetkov, did you have anything under councillor business? Thank you. So we'll go back to the minutes of the regular meeting of council. I did have a mover and a seconder, I believe. Did I? Did we get a seconder to it? Or do you want to revisit it? Revisit? So motion for the regular meeting of council minutes for adoption of April 12th. Move Councillor Earl, second. Councillor Javetkov. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Is there any business arising out of the minutes? Item 6 is correspondence. 6.1, we have a letter from Lisa Helps, Mayor of the City of Victoria, regarding council motion for support of laid-off hotel and tourism workers. Councillor Javetkov?
Receive for information.
Second. Councillor Parslow, discussion? Oh, no, sorry, no discussion. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Item 6.2, we have a letter from Stu Flynn, fee for utility bills. Now, we dealt with this. That motion was approved, so I'm assuming, do we need to do anything with this? Yeah, that's what I mean. We denied the motion, so I don't know if there's this Councillor Parslow?
I just moved to receive it for information.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Javetkov. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 6.3, we have a letter and invoice from Sarah Story, the president of the NCLGA, regarding our 2021-2022 membership dues. Councillor Parslow.
So move.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Kemp. Discussion? I will raise, I did have a meeting last week with the executive director, along with the vice chair of the NCLGA, Mayor Ackerman and I, talking about the dues and how they've come to the dues assessment. They're changing that structure a bit right now, looking at that, and they've had a number of their folks on the board from the finance committee reviewing it, and they're just undergoing that process of reviewing it. They will review that at the upcoming NCLGA convention in the coming weeks, and we'll have more discussion about that. But they're changing some model of assessment from communities under 1,500 with a flat fee of 500 and those above at 750, and then allocating the remainder of the budget requirements based on population and hospital assessment, in terms of how they're coming up with their dues assessment, to try to bring a little more equity into it. And so I just wanted to give council a bit of an update on that meeting we had last week. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 7, reports. 7.1, we have report number 21049 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding the potential partnership with Recycle BC. Councillor Javetkov.
I move that report number 21-049 from the General Manager of Development Services, potential partnership with Recycle BC received. Further, the council provide a letter of intent to Recycle BC stating their desire to enter into an agreement for the incentive program with onboarding in February 2022.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kemp. Discussion? Councillor Javetkov, go ahead.
I just had a question about our rate of contamination. Do we have a percentage?
Kevin?
Yes, so through your worship, I don't have it up to the minute, but I know we've been bouncing around that 20+%, and higher at times, but also lower at times. Recycle BC is well aware of where we're at. We've had those discussions. And as you see in the report, that they desire a 3% contamination rate, although the provincial average is 6% and they're comfortable with that. But they're willing to try and assist us and get where we need to go and work with the program.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Dober?
Thank you, Worship. Councillor Javetkov, that's pretty much the same thing I was going to, so I'm all good.
Good, thank you. Councillor Earl, sorry, did you have a question?
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, one or two questions. Firstly, the $170,000 annually to offset the operational costs. Just from memory, the operational costs are about $250,000 a year for this program, or am I overshooting that? I just because it's a utility, I just want to confirm that this offsetting cost will then ultimately it'll be coming off people's bi-monthly utility bill.
So the curbside collection service is paid by the residents on their monthly
$6 a
fees.
month.
So it was $12.82,
every 2 months,
I think, or
yeah.
something for a bi-monthly service of us offering the curbside collection. So this money is coming back to the city for allocation in terms of whatever we need to operate that function.
So,
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So it is, the whole intent is to offset the cost of the program. I think what council needs to consider is part of that cost of a program is to have education, enforcement, audits, which currently we don't have the resources to do. I think this gives us an ability to do that, assumably, and then also help offset operational costs along with that.
Thank you. Did you want to follow up, Councillor Earl?
one of the persistent frustrations we've had is when we do put resources together to do some sort of something resembling an audit or bin checks, what have you, it seems like people comply while they're under the microscope, and then when we ease off, it tends to ramp back up and the contamination goes sideways. So I'd be interested to see, I mean, I'm fully in support of it, but I'd be interested to see some more, and it doesn't need to be anything as formal as a presentation or a report, but from Recycle BC with respect to what programs they've got in place and how they've been able to effectively address this issue, because it is, you know, it's a well-intended program, but the notion that the good folks up at DC Recycling are still having to sort through all kinds of just awful stuff in the name of this cause is pretty distressing.
Thank you.
Sure.
Kevin, did you want to answer, Blair?
Sure, I can just, certainly we can do that, and I know Recycle BC would be more than willing to probably give a Zoom presentation to council about what their tools are. Speaking with them, they have a lot of resources because they're doing this across the province in a number of places, so they have the resources that they can give us that are ready to go. And it's mainly, it's education, it's enforcement, and it's audits. There's no magic behind it, and you're absolutely correct. It's going to be ongoing. I think at some level. Initially, there'll be more, but I think you're going to have to maintain some level moving forward, or you will revert back. Because any time that we have an opportunity to connect with an individual that may have inadvertently or otherwise put something into the stream, we seem to have correction. We usually don't have to go back. The trick is identifying those individuals, and if we have no ability to find out it came from house such and such, it's hard to correct. So that's really where the audits and then the enforcement and education can come.
Thank you, Kevin. Blair?
Your Worship, thank you. The question was asked, the cost, Councillor Earl, $370,000 is our cost for the recycling portion. The other thing that I think it's fair to recognize, I think this is a great opportunity for the community to work with Recycle BC. The contamination is a concern in our community, as was stated. Part of the funding that comes from Recycle BC will be focused on an education program. But at some point, if the small percentage of people that continue to contaminate this continue on their way, whether that be with garbage, used needles. It is staggering what shows up in the recycle bin. There's a real potential that the city will lose it. So we encourage people to work towards, working together. You have a garbage container, you have a recycle container. It's pretty clear what's allowed in each. For people that don't know, I think it's blatant disregard is what I see happening. So.
Thanks, Blair. Councillor Parslow?
Yes, thank you. So if council was to approve this engaging in this partnership, there would be potentially a major savings to the homeowners. But surely, given the poor record that we have with the contamination, surely Recycle BC would want a higher level of vigilance than we've currently have had. I mean, staff council has tried to educate, right? They've tried to enforce things. It's not as if nothing's been done. But I'm assuming if they're comfortable with 6%, we have a lot of work to do in this town to achieve that. So really, will we be seeing a budget after there's been some consultation? Because surely just replicating what has happened in the past will not be good enough. I think staff said we could lose the whole thing. I'm not sure what was meant by that statement. Maybe you can expand on that.
Blair?
Thank you, and through your worship, the concern I have is that with the high rate of contamination, should it continue, is we will not have a depot to accept it, is what will happen. Because markets are what they are, and they're looking for the product. That's why we look at separating the garbage and the recycle and so on. So the real threat is if we cannot get the contamination under control. And again, I want to say it is a select group. This is certainly not the majority of people that utilize our recycling system. The vast, vast majority and the high percentage are very good at it, but it doesn't take many people to put contamination in the wrong bin, and it becomes an issue for us. But
May I continue?
Go ahead.
Please. Yes, thank you for that. So really, before we convert 178,000 into savings to homeowners, we need to develop with Recycle BC some additional measures, right, to ensure that we do have a recycling centre willing to receive the product. And so it won't just be an automatic 178, it would be some lesser amount of.
Go ahead, Blair.
Through your worship, yes, it would be. And again, the intent is to use a good portion of that in education initiatives as well, that $170,000 that comes from Recycle BC. But again, this is what Recycle BC does throughout the province. We were one of very few municipalities that weren't engaged with Recycle BC up to this point. So I'm confident that we can turn it around. Now I'm the eternal optimist because history shows that we've had challenges there, but you know what, I'll remain optimistic and work with Recycle BC. I know Kevin and his staff are open to that as well, and we'll make the best of what we can with this newfound funding based on what the resolution does here before council today.
Thank you. Yeah.
Just a quick question. Do we have fines in place, or can we increase our fines so that there's a greater punishment?
Kevin?
Yes, through your worship, yes, our current bylaws allow for fines. Typically, we don't fine anybody until the second or third instance. And what we found is, honestly, most people we talk to are not repeat customers. So every time we've had an opportunity to identify and chat with them, usually we don't hear from them again. So that's a good indication. So if we're able to put some resources to it, we might be able to turn most of it around.
Thank you, Kevin. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. 7.2, we have report number 21051 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding our 2020 audited financial statements. Councillor Earl?
I'll move that report number 21-051 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2020 audited financial statements be received. Further, that the 2020 audited financial statements be approved as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kemp, discussion? We did hear from the auditor earlier today, and that's another really solid piece of work for us to have completed, and thank you, Flavia, and your team, and all the staff. Ready for the question? All in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Parslow, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have one question. This is reference to the letter. You know, they state that the internal controls were adequate. Now, I don't know how that strikes you, because, you know, I think our finance department is top-notch. We use adequate, to me, just means, you know, yeah, there could be some more things done. And how give me the if you like, the conventions. Does the convention, when they say adequate, means it's really great?
They can't state it's really great because they would need to go in a very thorough review. So based on the review conditions that they had, and they concluded it's adequate. So adequate is reasonable good. However, auditors, they can't state it's excellent only if they are doing a specific internal control work, which is not the goal of them, right? They use internal controls to reduce the amount of tests that they are doing, but that's not the goal of this financial statements opinion.
Thank you, Flavia.
Yeah.
We think it's great. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 7.3, we have report number 21052 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the 2020 Statement of Financial Information report. Councillor Javetkov?
I move that report number 21-052 from the Chief Financial Officer re 2020 Statement of Financial Information be received. Further, that Council approve the City of Dawson Creek 2020 Statement of Financial Information as presented.
Thank you. Do a seconder? Councillor Kemp, discussion? Annual sunshine list presented every year, yeah, reporting of any employees, usually over 75 grand, both council as well as our suppliers and business folks who have done business with the city as well. Blair?
Your Worship, just commenting on the Sophie report, I know each year it does raise questions from some of the public. You will note that our fire chief in there is slated as the highest paid individual at the present time. The reason for that is Chief Capel was a firefighter previously to taking on the new position of chief. When he transitioned over, there was payout of his vacation and so on, which then inflated the price. So just before we start receiving phone calls, I thought I would point that out for the individual public that are watching this here today and looking at it. So,
thank you, Blair. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Are you having trouble with your speaker?
I just wondered, yes, I just wondered at that time, I didn't. There's been a number of times I have not had the speaker, but when you press the button, it certainly, I heard it from Flavio after you pressed it.
Oh, okay. We'll check it at the break.
Yeah.
Thank you. Item 7.4, we have report number 21057 from the airport manager regarding a general aviation aircraft hangar proposal. Councillor Javetkov?
I'll move that report number 21-057 from the airport manager re general aviation aircraft hangar, Steve Work, 2021 be received. Further, that subject to a successful completion and approval of the land use proposal from Steve Work. Council approves the land lease agreement with Mr. Work for the 232.26 square meters lease area within Lot A, Plan 33889, as identified on the attached map, at the annual rate of $418.07 plus applicable taxes, with a 2% increase annually for a 5-year agreement with an option to renew for 2 additional 5-year terms.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Earl? Thank you. Discussion? Comments? Councillor Javetkov, go ahead.
Just a comment that it's nice to see somebody that's interested in doing some development at the airport, and I strongly support it.
Thank you. Blair?
Your Worship, just a couple of comments. As you can see by the map, we are looking at individual development sites for individuals that have aircraft that may want to build a single hangar for their aircraft. The amount, as was stated in the recommendation at $418.07, is based on the rate, the market rate of $1.80 per square meter that land goes for at the airport.
Thank you. Councillor Earl, sorry.
My intention was to move the motion. Councillor Javetkov just beat me to it. I also support the initiative, and thank you, staff, for their work.
Thank you. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor? Oh, sorry, Brenda? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have it on. Go ahead, Councillor Dober.
Thank you, Worship. Just to Blair, I think he kind of answered my question, but I know we've had some previous discussions with some things out at the airport. Is this the same rate that we've been talking about the whole time? The lease that was discussed?
Blair?
Through your Worship, to Councillor Dober, yes, this is the market rate of $1.80 per square meter for land that is available for lease at the airport side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. 7.5, we have report number 21060 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding an updated proposed paving plan for 2022-2025. Councillor Parslow.
I'm pleased to move that report 20-06, re-updated proposed paving plan for 2022 to 2025 from the General Manager of Development Services be received. Further, that Council directs staff to prepare the necessary loan authorization bylaw to borrow $20 million over a 4-year term.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Javetkov, discussion? Councillor Parslow?
Well, the plan as attached to this is quite comprehensive, and I would suggest that it be highlighted somehow in communication, because it's a comprehensive plan that, if executed, will give the city a leap forward in addressing a major concern that many residents have, is the state and condition of our paving. And so that's why I'm pleased, because it does move us forward in a tremendous way. And if it's completed, then presumably with what we've been doing with other budget, from the year after, we can return to a good maintenance program that would see the need for such a big jump not necessary in the foreseeable future.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
I was just wondering if there's been any progress or any further thought on combining some years of work to possibly improve our bids, or
Kevin? Sorry.
So through your worship, we have chatted a bit. Some of the challenges that may arise is if we have multiple years in one contract with these sorts of numbers, is that a general contractor will be tying up their bonding for multiple years because of substantial performance issues. So that would be I think, a deterrent and maybe a bit of a challenge. So I think we're going to probably have to look at it year by year. We'll decide whether we put them out as a whole year package or if we separate projects out. But yeah, those are just some of the considerations that we have.
Just one other question. Lighting has been mentioned in there. Are we still putting lighting under our plan to recover the costs, part of the costs?
So through your worship, the local improvement is what,
Yeah.
or local area service. So council had made a decision that earlier, I believe, that is now an infrastructure charge on the tax as opposed to doing local area services specific to. So I guess the quick answer is no, it's already been into the overall budget process.
Thank you, Kevin. Further comments, further questions, council? Ready for the question? All in favor? Sorry, Brenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Dober, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. You must not like being able to just look over and see.
Well, it's hard to see the light.
Yeah. I just had some questions. I'm totally in favor about getting our streets fixed. I'm opposed to still borrowing $20 million, and with that debt servicing load that comes with it, and the tax increase to everybody. So we're just getting to the point where we're going to be paying off the debt servicing from the event center, and we're going to be piled right back into it. So I feel there's other ways we could do this, but I'm going to be opposed just based on I'm not into borrowing $20 million. So,
Thank you. Blair?
Your Worship, maybe just for clarification for Councillor Dober, the 20 million is what Council had spoke about. We have made, or Council has made the position that they're shifting 70% of the fair share revenue to capital over the next 10 years. I think we're well underway to make that shift. 30% will be in operations, primarily to pay debt repayment, which is based on capital investments. I do want to state that we have pursued, just for the public and for council, we have looked at a number of options. If there is only so many dollars to do the work on the roads, there is only so many dollars. So I think it would be fair to say that the general consensus that I hear, and I think the people in the city talk about, is the condition of our roads. So, but even with $20 million over 4 years, I do not want to leave the impression that every road in Dawson Creek will be back in great shape. This is a 10 to 20 year program that it will take to put the roads back to where people, I believe, think they should be. So there is, with all due respect, no other option if you want the roads in the city of Dawson Creek repaired to look at borrowing. There is just no other option.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dober. Further comments, further questions? Council, Brenda? Oh, sorry, Darcy, go ahead.
I just wanted to add, Blair, sorry, kind of my mistake. I'm still a little new to this. I didn't realize on the agenda there was links that I could have looked at the proposed paving plan, so I didn't look at that. But this is mainly just for the three streets up on the hill, right? 94th, 95th, and 96th. Like this doesn't, I know you said it doesn't fix all the streets, but it's basically just to fix three, right?
So no, there's some major projects, Darcy, and then there's others. There 109th Avenue from 15th to 17th Street, 113th from 15th to 16th, 115th and 15th Street. So there's a number of other streets, but there's some major projects in there with 95th Avenue as well as 96th and 94th. So the years break out the total projects that are being outlined, Darcy. Councillor Dober, and so there's a number of projects each year that would be included in the proposal.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it was my mistake. I didn't realize the link at the bottom of the motion, so
Sure.
I apologize.
Thanks. No worries. Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Parslow.
Well, if I may, I'd like to add to your listing, Mayor. Canalta area, Tramarlo subdivision, as two additional major areas in this report. Yeah, both north and south.
Yeah, thank you. Further discussion, Council? Councillor Earl, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be quick. I do, I was initially, and I still do have some reservation about borrowing $20 million, but looking at the amount of work we can get done and the fact that with interest rates where they are, if we are going to engage in borrowing to address this issue, there's likely not going to be a better time to do it. And I also think of looking over, I mean, even the city's audited financial statements in the interest on long-term debt, we've got $619,000 interest on recreation services. So, you know, if we look where we're putting our debt servicing, we as a community borrowed tens of millions of dollars at a much higher interest rate to build arenas and sportsplexes and swimming pools. I think borrowing a lesser amount at a lesser interest rate to maintain the roads that our forebears built is something that is worthwhile doing. But I do take the point. It's a lot of money.
Thank you. You know, the one piece to this too that we don't talk about is if we don't maintain these roads in a condition that they start to deteriorate and we lose the road base, all of a sudden the amount of costs that we face in rebuilding them completely then escalates.
participant. Darcy.
And then escalates even more so. And so that's the other piece to this, right? If we don't do it and we don't keep them in some kind of condition that saves the deterioration of that road base, then it costs us even that much more in the long term. So it's that balance, right? It's damned if you do, damned if you don't, and these are some of those decisions that you have to make. And so anyway, I'm completely in support of us trying to ensure that we always move forward, and we've done a great job of really the fiscal future of our community and building that financial future for the use of our Peace River Agreement money, and that's going to help offset it and buffer it and move us forward in a way that we continue to build infrastructure. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Dober was opposed, but I don't hear him on the phone. Did he leave?
No, I'm back on. Yeah, I'm opposed.
Thank you, Darcy. We'll record your vote. Motion carries. So item 7.6, we have report number 21053 from the Recreation Manager regarding the Ken Borick Aquatic Center 2021 summer hours.
Perfect.
Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the recommendation that report number 20-053 from the Recreation Manager regarding Ken Borick Aquatic Center 2021 summer hours be received. Further, that the 2021 summer schedule move to a Monday to Friday schedule from July 3rd to September 1st, 2021.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Parslow. Discussion? Comments?
I think the schedule, like looking over all the three different recommendations, I think this one's really good to accommodate everyone that uses the facility, all the users and different things, and it will be a nice change for the summer, I think, and accommodating.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Parslow.
Yes, this is Shantae's first report that I looked at directly here, and it's well thought out and logical. And I think the factor of summer, with so many alternatives during the weekends, lends me to support the recommendation.
Thank you. Further discussion, Council? Councillor Dober, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. I agree with Councillor Parslow's comments too, and thank you, Chantal. Shantae, I just had one thing, like understanding, moving Monday to Friday is probably what most of the staff want as well. So have you thought about like the complications that when we go back into it in September and going to weekends again, like maybe, I know we're already having some struggles down there getting staff that want to work. By doing this Monday to Friday, are we, possibly putting yourself at more risk going to weekends in September with staffing, or do you think that's not a non-issue?
Shante?
Through your worship, we've had a conversation with them. I mean, of course, they'll be happy to go on a Saturday schedule, but with the discussion that we had with the aquatic coordinator, when we think about also about staff, but we think also about the patron on Saturday and Sunday during the winter hours are more accommodating for the patrons. Yes, everyone would probably like to work a Monday to Friday, but I think the staff do understand, and we will have some more conversation with them to make sure that we work forward and have a plan in place to find some more staff as well.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments, questions for Council? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. That deals with our reports. Item 8, bylaws. So we have 8.1, our Council Procedure Amendment Bylaw, number 4501 for consideration of adoption. Councillor Parslow.
So move.
Second, Councillor Kemp. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 8.2, we have the appointment of officers and delegation of authority bylaw, 4479 for consideration of adoption. Councillor Javetkov, move.
So moved.
Second, Councillor Kemp. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 8.3, we have report number 21055 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the tax rates bylaw number 4504, 2021 for consideration of first 3 readings. Move, Councillor Javetkov. We'll do adoption as a separate. I think we have to do. Second, Councillor Parslow. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. And for adoption, Councillor Javetkov. Second, Councillor Parslow. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Report item 8.4, report number 21056 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the alternative municipal tax collection scheme bylaw 4505 for first 3 readings. Councillor Javetkov, second. Councillor Kemp. Discussion? And this is the alternative that we proposed by providing a 2% penalty to run for 5 consecutive months from starting August through to December, and giving some buffer relief to business and residents who may need to have a little bit of time to help offset rather than that 10% penalty right out of the gate on July 3rd. All those in favor of the 3rd reading? Opposed? It's carried. And for adoption, Councillor Parslow, second, Councillor Javetkov. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Mayor's business. We did a presentation to the SPCA. Our friends and neighbors in Northern Rockies, individual up there took it upon themselves to raise about $2,300 for in cash and a whole bunch of food and other materials for the 2 SPCAs in Fort St. John and Dawson Creek. And so we were able to participate in the presentation of $2,346 to the Dawson Creek SPCA as a result of that fundraising taking place by the Laurie Clark and Fort Nelson and all the great folks up there. And we appreciate the support to both the Fort St. John and Dawson Creek SPCAs. I participated in the Council of Forest Industries convention last week. It was really a much condensed convention, obviously 4 hours online, and really worthwhile. They had the Canadian ambassador to the U.S. On as a panelist, and she gave an update on the softwood softwood agreement with the U.S. and all of the things that are going on with that, and trying to reach that conclusion. And also the forestry executives from Canfor and West Fraser and I can't remember the third one. Anyway, it was really, really interesting, and they obviously are feeling the effects of this crazy tumultuous time of pricing in terms of the commodity prices for lumber. None of us can believe what's going on, but it was really a worthwhile convention. I'm really glad I participated. They had 4 different panels, and really enjoyed it. I participated in the South Peace Health Society's AGM, and the society's got held their AGM and elected their executive and are moving forward. I'm really appreciative of all the work that went into the society over the last number of years. Councillor Wilbur was the lead president of the society for a number of years and gave a ton of time and effort. We appreciate that, and we're excited about seeing the society start to hopefully regain itself after COVID and get moving forward and working. And they got a really keen group of volunteers who have agreed to serve on the board and as executive. I participate in the Community Opioid Action Team, and they're the folks that have the responsibility, the role of working together and with the peers in our community who are suffering or who have suffered with the addiction and in some cases some components of mental health. And I've really honestly found it so informative and enlightening to participate in those meetings. They've opened up what they call a snow house, and I forget the acronym of it, but it's a location where they can hand out harm reduction supplies to people who are on the street. It's located across on 103rd Avenue, across from the medical clinic, open from 5 till 10 during the week. And their intent is to provide those harm reduction supplies as well as, for some, a meal, a bite to eat, or some clothing. And it really, you talk about all the things that go on in your community in terms of the opioid crisis that exists. It's certainly important work, and I really find it very informative. We presented Captain Mears with his 20-year service medal. Doesn't seem possible that Captain Mears has been here for 20 years, but I guess that's what happens when you grow, see these young people grow up in your community, and I'm really proud of the fact that I got to present Cody with his 20-year service pin. I attended last Friday or last week the Medical Advisory Committee, the MAC Committee for the Dawson Creek Physicians, and they hold their weekly or their monthly MAC Committee meeting. And so I presented to them on a number of the initiatives and things we are working on in the community, both within the South Peace Health Society, the regional district, and as well with the partnership with the South Peace Division of Family Practice. I know they're appreciative of the fact that their community and the region are supportive of health services. Obviously, the recruitment is ongoing now for upwards of 6 or 7 physicians that we expect will transition out of our community over the next year. And we've been in touch with the recruiter who's busy at work, as well as the Division of Family Practice, and the South Peace mayors will be working with them to do whatever we can to help with that recruitment of physicians in our community. And so that was a really good opportunity to be able to present to them. The last one, sorry, does anyone have any questions of any of those items? And the next one, respecting policy and respecting procedures, I brought forward the memo on childcare at the last meeting, but I did not bring forward a motion. And I can't get it to open now. Oh, no. So I would like to move the motion that, yeah, could you read it, please? I can't get it to open, I'm sorry.
I'd like to move that council authorize the mayor.
Sorry.
Sorry. Thank you. Okay.
Good.
I'd like to move that council authorize the mayor to explore funding opportunities regarding the Childcare Needs Project that would allow hiring of a leader to create a business plan to move this initiative forwards.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kemp?
May I speak to the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, the mayor and I have chatted about this, and there are a number of grants that could potentially become available that would enable someone to lead this and do all the research and present the report. So really this authorization would basically authorize the application for various grants.
Thank you. This, for me, is, I think we need to do the work, and we need to help lead and participate in some of the work. I'm not looking for the city to lead it in any way or fund it or take it on at some point, but we need to help facilitate it for the community and the school district and the Northern Health, and just the fact of childcare in our community is such a huge issue. So I'm really pleased to be able to kind of help try to move it forward, and we'll look for some funding to try to get some support, some expertise and resources to help facilitate all of that community work that needs to take place. And then when you have that, then you can start to move it forward to the ministry, federal, provincial Ministry of Children, and how you move forward the building of affordable, more capacity, and that 724 for our healthcare system is such an important piece. Does anybody have any comments or questions about that? Councillor Javetkov?
So, how does this involve the city? I'm concerned that the city doesn't take on responsibility that is currently the responsibility of senior government. So I guess I'm just wondering how the city is involved, and if there is a grant, and like how do you apply for a grant? Is the city applying for a grant? Is the city going to be hiring an individual, or what's the process?
Yeah, so part of that is really to put all of that data and information together. Is in order to get to the provincial government Ministry of Children, both through their funding or as the federal funding, is you really need to get that data. What are the needs of your community? What are the demographics? Is it infant, toddler? Is it childcare? Is it preschool, after school? We've heard from Northern Health that it's 724, and there really isn't anybody that's taken the lead on it for us in the community to be able to try to put all of that data and information and business case together. Once you have that information, and that's what I'm asking, is that if we can find the funding to hire somebody to put all that information together, once you build that business proposal, then the interested parties can go to the Ministry of Children to start to build those funding sources for the New Spaces Fund through the federal government, provincial government, and things like that. All I'm saying is I just think somebody needs to help facilitate it, and that's what I've been doing over the last 6 months, but I need to have somebody that has the capacity to put the data and information together to be able to put that business proposal together. And then whether it's through Northern Health or through for-profit, whether it's through the providers today at Campus Care or Miss Patty's or the Child Development Center, et cetera, just to be able to help them facilitate how we build those new spaces and additional spaces, and the additional service of perhaps 724, which is what we've heard from the hospital and the nurses as a much needed service. So it's more about helping facilitate right now is what I'm looking to do, and not in any way are we, the city, going to be the lead in it, in my view. Any other questions, comments? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. And the next one, it deals a little bit with our delegation we had today from Matt from the housing report, and I'd asked staff to bring back, in 2017, the council at the time allocated and directed that the staff be directed to collaborate with Northern Health through the province as well as affordable housing through BC Housing on a mixed-use, affordable, and senior housing opportunity utilizing the old Grandview property as the location for this development. And so it just struck me that this council hasn't dealt with that, or we're probably aware of that, and I felt it was, if we are going to start to move forward with some of this work that was identified in the housing report, that we should have council either ratify that direction that was previously given in 2017, or some other option, but just to revisit it to be able to ensure that this council provides that direction. Councillor Parslow?
I'd like to move, I'd like that council reaffirm the motion 412 from the December the 14th, 2017 special meeting of council. And that read, that staff be directed to collaborate with Northern Health through the province, as well as affordable housing through BC Housing, on a mixed-use, affordable, and senior housing opportunity utilizing the old Grandview property as the location for this development.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kemp? Discussion? Councillor Javetkov, go ahead.
So, listening to the Urban Matters this morning, and all the various needs and the priorities, it seems to me that we need to revisit this site. There's two things that come to mind. One is downtown revitalization, and the other is locating housing where the amenities are. And Grandview is not conducive to any kind of amenities. I mean, it's stuck out there. It's a valuable piece of land. I'm just wondering if, if the discussions have to be more related to the Urban Matters report. Like, for example, can we develop that as residential up there and maybe identify some land downtown that could be used more to address the priorities in the urban housing or Urban Matters report? This may be a time that we need to reconsider, what our intent is up there.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Oh, yeah, I appreciate what my colleague just said, but we've past discussions, and this is with realtors, not builders, is that the area, the cost of developing that as a standalone like subdivision, right, it is just not enough land, and it would not lend itself like that. So it would take something involving BC Housing, I think, to do that. Again, that was the opinion expressed a few years ago. And so a mixed use whereby we're meeting a variety of needs, and we have the partnership of BC Housing is essential to, it's not large enough. The number of lots you can get out of it for just a residential subdivision is just not enough area, so I was told.
Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think, to Councillor Javetkov's point, I appreciate, I know the Grandview land was something initially in our initial consultations with BC Housing around what would eventually become the Niiginaw Place, and their concern they expressed and not moving forward with that particular location was the fact that it did not, its proximity or lack of proximity to amenities. So it's something I also have concerns about. Having said that, if that's a decision they make following our conversations with staff, then we can look into what other options exist for the property. But as things stand, it is a good chunk of land in a good area. So I'm fully in support of the motion. And if they opt not to move ahead with that particular parcel, then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But it doesn't hurt to have the conversation.
Thank you. I think, honestly, I think to me, that Urban Matters report, and to your point, Councillor, about the, amenities and all that was really, I thought, insightful. It was good information. One of the things that I don't know who made the comment at some point was that property up there, you build that community within a community, so you're not just seniors, but you're affordable and maybe transitional and other mixes in that, and to have that then as that community of different types of demographics of population that are served in there, so that maybe it's conducive for seniors to be there with maybe a single family, single mom with children, et cetera. And that was always really intriguing to me as a concept. But to me, I think the first thing is we begin to now bite into the report and start to get down that road, and then say, if we are moving first with the providers and Northern Health or whoever, Society for Community Living, South Peace Community Resources, Native Housing Society, whoever it is in our community that provides housing and want to partner, and through BC Housing and et cetera, that we start to look to say what are we providing, who's it intended for in the first mix. Does it make sense for it to be up there, or does it make sense for it to be in the downtown core. And I think that, but to me, I just wanted to bring this back because I knew that this was 17 with the report on council agenda. I thought we should revisit it today to ensure that we start that discussion. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's that for me. And item 10, we'll move to the Chief Administrative Officer's operational update.
All right, thank you, Your Worship, and I will be brief. Not a lot to speak about today. The murals were mentioned earlier with the motion that was passed in support of the grant applications. I have been working with Marcia Stewart, who is head of the art gallery. So very much a work in progress. I think it's fair to say that the murals originally very well received. They have served their time though, and they are seeing significant deterioration. We're going to work first and foremost on the safety side of it and then the redevelopment. I've been in contact with a business owner already who is eager to get going this year on redeveloping one of the murals. So good news there. Also, in conjunction with that, we will be talking about a public art policy. Right now, there was nothing, the murals, as good of ideas as they were, there was no long-range plan put in place for the continued maintenance of them and so on. We're going to ensure that's looked after as we move this forward. But again, I think a very worthwhile project. The banners that we had lining the streets of Dawson Creek, primarily 8th Street people would notice them on, I think primarily, of the grad class of 2020 are now down, I believe. We are developing a new banner to go up there. It will take some time and will be brought back before council. But people had been calling, interested possibly whether it was their child up there or grandchild wanting to purchase the banners. Legacy Signs, who really led that initiative last year for the grad class, I believe is in receipt of those banners, Kevin. And I would encourage people, if they had questions or wishes to purchase those, that they reach out to Legacy Signs. And again, a huge thank you goes out to them for their initiative last year to help the grad class with the limited ability to celebrate last year and again, possibly this year. The other thing I want to talk about is street cleaning, well underway. You'll see the street sweeper out cleaning up. I know people are busy cleaning their yards as well and putting their rocks and debris out onto the road. I encourage you to do that as quickly as possible. Once the street sweeper goes by, it does take us 2 or 3 rounds, but over the next week or 10 days, if you're planning on doing your yard, I would encourage you to do it then. So once we've made the initial sweep, we can get the worst of it, and then we go back and clean up the roads. Just one pass of a sweeper is not going to take all of the debris, so really just a notice if you can get out there quickly. I know there are community groups helping our seniors right now doing other lawns, so we're encouraged by that, and we will try and get the roads completed probably over the next month or so, I would expect. Your Worship, that is all I had as far as a quick update for today's meeting, and I would be happy to answer any questions on what I've spoke about or possibly something I haven't that council has questions for.
Thanks, Blair. Diary?
Nothing new to report on the diary, Your Worship.
Consent calendar. Motion to receive consent. Councillor Earl, second Councillor Kemp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Anything that needs to be lifted? Anybody? No. Strategic priorities.
Nothing new to report, Your Worship.
Media. Brenda? Oh, perfect. Go ahead, Councillor Dober.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just, been in here for a little bit of time now, and the strategic priorities have been good, and we've went through a lot of it. I just feel that the tourism part of it we haven't really explored much, and I just wanted to maybe just mention that so you could put it on your radar. Maybe we could bring it up at one council meeting when we have a bit more time just to talk about tourism. I've had quite a few meetings throughout the last little bit, so just, nothing urgent. Wanted to kind of bring it up.
Okay. be happy to have that discussion with you, and we can bring it back into council and with administration.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Worship, thank you. Just a quick question. We have just redone the tourism contract. It goes through to 2022, I believe, with Visit. Is there an intent, are we talking about bringing something back for post the renewal of this, or just engaging in a discussion as to what we need under the existing contract, just for clarification? Or
Yeah.
would it be council's wish that they would bring a request forward and say, here's what we would like?
Yeah, I haven't talked to Councillor Dober about it, so I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. We'll leave that until we hear further then.
Thank you, Darcy. We'll connect and maybe this week sometime, and we'll have a discussion about it, and we can, you can update me on what you're thinking about, and we'll move it forward.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
Media questions? So we are at noon, and we have committee of the whole as well as closed. And I am... Brenda?
Through your worship, I would like to suggest that we have committee of the whole reconvene after the in-camera session. We could break for lunch. It's here now.
Yeah, the reason I have to be out of here at 2:30, and there's a couple of items on the closed, and so perhaps if we could do that, then reconvene open, or the committee of the whole at the conclusion of that, then that way it doesn't necessarily mean I have to be here for that.
Correct.
Thank you. Blair?
Your Worship, I believe we have scheduled, is it 1 p.m. or are we going to go into the closed immediately following maybe an abbreviated lunch?
I think maybe if we could have a quick lunch, we'll go into closed right away.
Okay.
And then I don't think closed should take too much, but we can schedule whatever we have in there and then go to the committee of the whole.
All right.
I almost did it. Here, we can do this. So we'll have a 20-minute break for lunch and then reconvene at 12:30. And to our open meeting, and now we're into our committee of the whole. And first item is Damon is here with the report from the staff sergeant. Damon, welcome.
Your Worship, Council, thank you for having me. Did I have to turn this on?
Yeah, if you can, Damon, I can. You're good.
All good? Right on. Well, thank you for having me. The report I'll give you today is from March. There's a big lineup behind me, so I'll get right into it. So for the period of March, we did have one officer depart. We also had one officer come in. That officer, Constable Kate Edwards, came from the RCP Training Academy. We call it Depot. So she's presently training with her trainer. She trains for about 6 months, and then we kind of set her on her own. So if you haven't met her yet, Your Worship, you will shortly. So we are continuing to operate surplus to establishment by one position. We have succession planning underway right now for 2 officers that are coming in to Dawson Creek. The nice thing about these 2 officers coming in is they're both coming in with service. We have one coming in from Chetwynd and one coming in from Quesnel, both about 5 years of service. So it's kind of a nice change to bring in officers now with some service behind them. We're continuing to run 6 soft temporary vacancies. That includes 2 members on maternity or paternity leave, as well as 4 off-duty sick or injured. Between the periods of January 1st to March 31st this year, we've seen a total of 1,963 calls for service. That is up by 62 calls from last year. And that's an increase of about 3%. And this is the first time I've actually reported to you an increase in calls for service. I looked back to see when the last time was, and it was January 2020. So we had a 15-month run. It was a good run, but we had a slight increase in calls for service this month. Of those calls, 80% were within the city of Dawson Creek, and 20% were within the rural surrounding area. When we look at last year, comparatively, this equates to an increase of calls for service within the city of 6%, as well as a decrease of calls for service in the rural surrounding area of 7%. For crime trends, we're continuing to see a drop in our property crime, Theft of vehicle, a decrease of 4%. Theft from vehicle, decrease of 42%. Break and enter, decrease of 13%. Break and enter business, 47%. So some big decreases still in property crime this year compared to last year. We did see an increase of 50% in sex assaults this year. And that's somewhat concerning. So before the meeting today, I reviewed those files. There's 12 calls this year for sex assaults. That's a 50% increase from last year. I reviewed each of those calls, and just so the council knows, 3 of those 12 calls were sex assaults that happened at the time they were reported, whereas the remaining 9 were historical. So they happened 1, 2, 5, and even some that were about 10 years old. So we don't have an issue with sex assaults occurring in the city right now. We have had 3 that have happened at the time they were reported, but 9 of them, or most of them, were actually historical. We saw a decrease of mental health calls by 1%, and I put in here as well the COVID calls that we're going to year to date. So year to date this year, we've attended 59 calls for service relating to COVID preventative measures. Now, it actually works out to 4% of our total calls for the city of Dawson Creek. So it is contributing probably to our overall increase in calls for service. 59 calls for service relating to COVID is substantial. We're only into April, so we're going to be looking at probably upwards of 100 or 200 calls at the end of the year. Our policing priorities are still being identified and planned. That said, we're getting near to having them in place formally. Most of the planning is already done. For example, for community policing, one initiative that I have is to get police officers in the schools with COVID. We had to use some out-of-the-box thinking, so what I've been doing for the last few weeks, and I've got appointments booked for the next several weeks, is doing an online lunch with classes. So I reached out to School District 59, and I offered myself for lunches with any classrooms that wanted to have me for a Zoom lunch. So for about a half an hour, up to 2 times a week, I'm having a Zoom lunch with these classrooms. And I'm eating lunch with the so far it's been grade 3, 4 classes in Pouce Coupe and Tremblay. Some interesting questions coming out of those classes, just so you know. For example, I didn't know that spiderweb was 100% stronger or 100 times stronger than Kevlar. That's something I learned during these meetings. So they want to know why we're not wearing spiderweb vests. Also during the meetings, they asked if they could also have meetings with the fire chief, so I pointed them towards the fire chief, and apparently he's been invited to these meetings as well. So pending any questions, that's all I have for you today.
Thank you, Damon. Questions? Councillor Parslow?
Yes, thanks. Damon, do you have any, I asked you about dropout rates, not locally, just if you don't have the information, that's fine.
I have looked into it.
Yeah.
So I sent that request to that question off to our recruiting department in Surrey.
Okay.
And the answer that I got back was that we don't track that information.
Oh.
I wasn't satisfied with that answer. So I've been going back and forth with them a little bit to get that number. So I don't have it quite yet for you, but I am looking into it.
Okay. Second question relates to how long is a member carried on the detachment's list on sick leave? Is it 2, 3, 4 years or
No, that's
or
a good
what?
question. So once a member has been off duty for an illness or an injury for 30 days, the city no longer pays for that officer.
Right.
So that there's a funding pool set up between the federal government and the provincial government that kicks in after 30 days and pays for that member. So if that member remains with Dawson Creek until they're either supported in coming back to work, or we can arrange transfer options if that's what it's looking like they want to do, or if that will support them in returning to work.
Well, let's say long-term disability, right? Supposing a person is just unable to return, right? What's the procedure? Because I'm being careful what I'm saying here, right? But there are some positions that have been vacant because of illness for a long, long time, and I just wonder. Surely there's a process whereby there comes a point where they're still paid or what have you, but you can fill those positions. Surely there's an end point to all this.
There is, and I think the question is who decides when that member is no longer able to function as a member.
Yeah.
So is it the member that's going to make that call after several years of being supported to return to work, or is it our health services department and the RCMP, right?
Yeah.
So it's a balancing act of working with the officer to support them in healing and getting back to work if they are so able, and if not, accommodating them elsewhere.
Sure.
So that's a process that's ongoing all the time, and I don't know how, there's no way for me to speed it up
No.
faster than it's going. Unfortunately, we're kind of at the mercy sometimes of just waiting for a member to be presented health options and treatment options that work for them to be able to support them in coming back to work.
Yeah.
Alternatively, that's why we overstaff some positions, knowing that I've had a member off for several years, perhaps, working through treatment options, trying to find something that works.
Yeah.
So we risk it out and overstaff that position, so.
Yeah, part of my question is just the stress and strains it puts on the remaining people. Yeah.
It does, and it's always a concern. We're not running the watches short. We always staff them with overtime shifts if we have to, keeping in mind our budget, of course. But I'm looking at you. Yes, but we do measure that out, and really it's about supporting the member and getting back as soon as they can. So.
Yep.
Thank you. Anything further for Damon? Damon, thank you. Appreciate your update today. 15.2, we have a report from the fire chief. We have a fire chief? Oh, we do have a fire chief. Welcome. It's good to have you here, Mars. Floor is yours.
Okay. I'll start with a few stats. Calls for service for February and March were 86, totaling 118 for the first quarter. We had 6 significant structure fires and 21 motor vehicle incidents. Crews were kept busy at some large incidents, but there were some big saves as well. I'll briefly discuss quite an interesting call that occurred back in February. So firefighters did a great job, and actually the quick actions from the responding day shift saved 3 local businesses from quite possibly being out of business for quite a while. So the call came in on a Sunday afternoon. Extreme high wind conditions were present, so very odd for Dawson Creek. Crews responded to a report of a gas odor at Edo Restaurant, and P&G was also notified and dispatched to the scene. So firefighters arrived on scene and did an investigation of the building and didn't really find anything out of the ordinary, and their gas monitors weren't really detecting anything either. As they got to the rear of the building and went out to the back door where the gas meter was located, they could detect quite a big odor of gas, a smell of gas, strong. So P&G arrived on scene, and at this time, as P&G was checking out the meter, firefighters ensured all 3 businesses of the complex were evacuated. So, Wendy's, the Panago, and Edo, so all 3 of those. And so they also shut down electrical to the whole complex. So P&G determined the gas meter wasn't leaking, and there wasn't a problem. And as all this was going on, because it was February and it was cold, the rooftop heater started, so to heat the building. So a firefighter that was out back all of a sudden noticed there was a lot of black smoke coming from the roof. So right away they gained access to the roof and commenced actions on trying to get the fire under control. It was very stubborn fire because it was being fed by kind of like a blowtorch. So there was a fitting that had vibrated off the gas line, entering and connecting the rooftop heater. And this resulted in a 3/4 inch gas line free-flowing and pooling of gas in and around the heater. So once the heater started, the pilot light ignited the rooftop heater and the roof due to the pooled gas. So it was a very fortunate situation that all this occurred while we were on scene, and that the firefighters were so quick in being able to get the situation under control. If this would have happened at any other time, or even say at night when there's not much traffic on the road to notice it, there's a good chance that whole complex would have been destroyed, and especially with the high wind conditions, it would have went up really fast. So just very, very lucky this happened when it did, and all 3 businesses were able to open again the next morning. So fortunate on that. Some equipment additions. I'll talk about a couple equipment additions. So our Blitzfire oscillating nozzle arrived, and it has been deployed on ladder 4. So this is a piece of equipment we've been looking at for quite a while, and I don't know if you recall this in previous reports, but Ovintiv made a donation to our department, and that went towards that equipment purchase. So we took advantage of that opportunity and decided to add this portable monitor to our fleet. So it flows 500 gallons per minute and can operate from 10 to 86 degrees. It can oscillate, and it sets up to a 2.5-inch hose line. And once set up, it can be unmanned, which is also a benefit to our department. So again, we appreciate the donation, and I would like to thank Ovintiv for their support. We also installed a backup camera for our rescue truck. So Rescue 5 is our main rescue response vehicle for motor vehicle incidents, which is a very busy truck. And like all of our apparatus, our rescue vehicle responds to many incidents where other agencies are involved, like EHS, RCMP, and obviously other personnel, and sometimes the general public are on scene as well. So safety of all people at these scenes is obviously paramount. Rescue 5 has to be situated in certain areas that are advantageous to us for equipment usage and extrications. And obviously, any time that apparatus is moved, we need to do it in a safe manner as possible. So now having that extra set of eyes at the back of our equipment, at the rear of the truck, will be added benefit and will aid our firefighters at emergency scenes. Training. In February, our firefighters took an 8-day EMR course. That stands for Emergency Medical Responder. This is an upgrade from our first responder level 3 that we currently have, and it seems like a lot of fire departments in the province have either already switched to that or are in the process of changing to the EMR. So we were very fortunate to have been able to take this course at our fire hall instead of having to either send our firefighters down south or have other instructors come up north here to instruct it. So a big dollar value was saved by us actually having 2 of our firefighters on board that are EMR licensed already to instruct. So between them and one other lead instructor from Upbeat First Aid here in town, our firefighters were able to obtain their EMR certifications. Our department is currently finishing up on taking 2 online tests of 2 hours each to complete their licensing. So pretty much they're almost done that now. And in early May, a certified evaluator was coming in to have them all complete their practicals. But now, due to the health region restrictions of travel and all that, we had to cancel that. So for the time being, our practicals will be put on hold, but hopefully soon. So speaking of COVID, so we had some exposures at the fire station. The end of March, we had our first positive case, and it quickly spread to 3 other firefighters that were all on the same shift. One other firefighter tested positive, but his daughter had it, so him and his wife had to stay home, obviously, in quarantine with their little girl, and so obviously they both had it too. So in total, 5 had it. The good news is none of them seemed to really have any type of hard symptoms that was it wasn't bad, the odd sniffle, the odd headache type thing. So that was the good news. They all did their proper time, and they're all back to work now, so we're back to full complement. So in closing, I just want to mention that daylight savings time has occurred last month, and I like to remind everyone that's a perfect time to check your smoke alarms and CO2 detectors. I know now due to COVID, more and more people are working out of their homes, so just a reminder to get fresh batteries in those detection devices and ensure they are working properly. Studies have shown working smoke alarms play an essential role in the prevention of deaths and injuries by fire and smoke. So if the public has any types of questions about smoke alarms or carbon monoxide detectors, they can feel free to call the Dawson Creek Fire Department for more information, and a firefighter on duty would be more than happy to help out with any questions.
Thank you, Marcel. Councillor Parslow.
Marcel, what is the week for burning permits? You don't get charged. What is it?
Usually it is just going on the past, it's always been kind of in May, and they always have one in spring and one in fall. I can definitely find out the exact dates, but usually it's a 2-week period in May and a 2-week period in, I want to say, October.
Yeah, and they get a permit from the fire hall here.
Yeah, so what happens is, the only difference is they still have to get a permit, and you can either get, so with that you can come in and sign the paperwork we have. The only difference is they wouldn't be charged the fee.
Right.
They still have to keep it to their certain sizes and regulations and all that
Right.
kind of stuff.
If I can just, one question about your report, I'm not understanding, so I need your help. Under inspections, talk about what do you mean by in-service and business license?
So in-service inspections are, so the fire prevention officer will do inspections and so will the shifts, where every shift has a certain amount of inspections they have to do a month, and as well as the fire prevention officer, Captain Hudema. Also part of his job is the business licensing part of it. So he would have had, I don't remember the numbers there, but he would have had the
You
amount.
had 28 in February, March, yeah.
And that says for business licenses?
Business license, yeah.
Right, so for a business license, he also has to do a certain type of inspection that's a little different than a normal inspection. So anytime someone wants to open a new business in town, it goes through obviously the inspector with the city, but it also goes onto his desk to do an inspection for a new business.
Right. So is the goal, let's say under the service thing, to have, is it one inspection a year, the goal for the department?
So it depends on the type of business. For instance, hotels, places with kitchens.
Right.
Hotels, you sleep there. So like, say a gym, that would be every 2 years. A hotel because people sleep there, or a restaurant because there's a kitchen, obviously they get inspected at a higher rate. So some are 6 months, some are 1 year, some are 2 years.
Good. And if I can just say this, I liked these anecdotal stories about the fire, because it adds to the public the risky work that you guys do.
Yeah.
And I think it's good to include that as a regular feature.
I will
But
try.
don't make one up.
We don't want regulars. No events this month.
No events, yeah. Actually, April has been so hectic for calls. I don't know if it's just people are trying to get out there. It's dry, people trying to get out burning and stuff. But yeah, this report was just February, March. So hopefully I'll have another story for you next time.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Mars. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
No more stories.
No more stories.
Lots of them, please.
15.3, we have Rowan here, a report from our airport manager. Good afternoon, Rowan. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I'm okay still.
So for the airports, all right. Kind of the development since the last time I was here is Sealand has finished signing their lease, so they'll be operating with us at least until December. So part of their lease is they have options to extend that again for another couple of years, but we'll have to see how the whole aviation thing pans out for the next year or so. But things are looking good. A few people have been able to get their private's license over the last year or so, so great for a few members of our community. And NAV Canada recently sent out a little bit of correspondence to some of the stakeholders with respect to their aeronautical study that they're completing. So for some airports and some towers, they've announced that they're suspending their aeronautical studies. So they're just putting things on hold just to make sure that the safety at those sites isn't impacted. Unfortunately for us, they confirmed that where they provide service remotely, they're going to proceed with their aeronautical studies. So what that means for us, they haven't shared that information quite yet. What I think the most likely outcome is that they're going to reduce their hours of operation. But that information won't be released until they finish their aeronautical study, and the impacts have been forwarded to Transport Canada, and they sign off on it. Then they'll get back to us what that actually means, how that will impact the operations at Dawson Creek. But if I'm speaking plainly, I think that's another couple of months out from now is when we'll see those details finally shared with us. So we're just waiting for them to complete their study on their side of things. And one of the things that just came out last week actually is we've had a couple of staffing changes at the airport. So we have a couple of new faces at the airport. So over the summer, we're going to be completing a few training for them just to get them all ready for winter next year. But we have plenty of time between now and the start of next winter season before we can finally start. They can get out on the runway and start clearing snow. So we're going to take advantage of this time in the kind of the slow period of the year just to get everybody trained up again and ready for next winter. And further to more leases, the restaurant RFP closed. So the fellow that's in there now He is following the most recent BC Health orders, so there is no more indoor dining at the restaurant. So he's still available for takeout. So he is following the provincial orders with respect to health and safety during these times. And earlier today, the hangar construction, so that's wonderful construction for us. We like to see people taking the initiative and wanting to build hangars. That's excellent for us. They'll be sticking around for a long time, and we'd like to see more construction like that. So we're hoping that their application in NAV Canada is successful, and more people will take the initiative and want to build their own single aircraft hangars. So we're looking forward to NAV Canada assessment. I believe that there won't be any impacts. I think that their application in NAV Canada will be successful, and they'll be able to proceed with building their own hangar at the airport. Kind of the biggest piece of news since the last time I was here is that the provincial government came out with a grant directly targeted at regional airports to help support them with respect to all the impacts from COVID-19. So our application was successful, and we got $360,000 to put towards our operating costs. So they're very clear that it's not to be used for capital expenses, but that's more than enough. We can apply it to a lot of the operational needs for the airport in the next year. So part of that was that we agreed not to reduce service until, I think, March 31st of next year, and I think that we can more than achieve that. We're not going to reduce our hours or anything like that, so the grant money will be extremely helpful in helping us maintain our operations until next year. So
Thank you, Ron.
yeah.
Questions? Maybe just one, Rowan, on the NAV Canada announcement. So for us, obviously the services to private with Sealand, as well as our air ambulance, medevac services, which come at whatever hour. Can you explain how, with that impact potentially to Peace River and providing that service to us, how that might affect us?
Yeah, so currently, I believe that they operate for 16 hours out of the day. So they're all remote. There's not actually NAV Canada. They're not actually on site in the tower anymore. That service stopped quite a long time ago. So right now, they're doing things remotely out of Peace River. So the impacts here is I believe that they'll reduce their hours of operation. So for us, that actually translates to when an aircraft is coming in, they're just providing them the latest weather updates and making sure that there's no conflicts on the runway with maybe traffic, local traffic in the area already. So there might be a safety element, which I think is why the aeronautical study is some of them are taking a back burner, and NAV Canada is putting them on hold. I think maybe because there were a lot of safety concerns that came up. But for airports like us, where we don't have a whole lot of traffic, at least relative to the international airports or some of the airports that still actually do have an NAV Canada tower that kind of fall in between the amount of traffic at the internationals and an airport of our size, it is important for there to be remote service, which is part of their aeronautical study when they actually come out with it and finally start releasing information that maybe some of the reductions that they're looking at. There is a period of time where we can give them feedback. They give us a window for not only us, but for everybody who uses the airport to kind of circle back to them and either highlight the concerns that we've already given to them or try to think of maybe a different solution and maybe the hours to not reduce them as much. But for us, that means that potentially, and this is what I think, is that they're going to reduce the amount of hours. Some airports are at risk of being their service cut completely. NAV Canada has been very, I think, upfront with those airports and have told them ahead of time that they're on the list of services that are going to be cut completely. They haven't had that conversation with us, which is why I think that in all reality, the most likely outcome is that they're just going to reduce the hours of operation. So for people coming in, that just means that they'll have to do their own local calls. So when they're coming in, they'll have to take a little more initiative with making sure that there's no conflicts when they're trying to come in onto the runway or trying to get the latest weather updates. And for us, we do have an automated weather system, so they can switch to a different channel, and it just repeats the latest weather conditions just over and over. Whereas if Peace River was in operation, there would be a person to tell them the latest weather changes if there was a drastic change from the last one they saw when they were coming in.
So geographically, for us being in between Fort St. John and Grand Prairie, is there an opportunity for us to partner with one of them on the services they provide, whether they have people in person?
Well, that's the thing, if I can jump in there. That's the thing, is our services are paired with Fort St. John. I think the original intent when the aeronautical studies were first announced is they wanted to combine their own aeronautical studies, us and Fort St. John's, because our services are done by the same people. I believe that they're monitoring 2 stations at once, and it's one person monitoring both our channels. So we're already paired with Fort St. John. When the aeronautical studies first came out, they wanted to just combine us into one and just call it the Fort St. John / Dawson Creek Aeronautical Study. But transport, I think they came back to them and said, if you're doing it for 2 airports, you actually have to do 2 aeronautical studies. So we're already paired with them. So I think our services are already tied as closely as they can be.
Okay, good. Thank you, Ron. Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, yeah, no problem.
Thanks for coming
Thank
today. 15:04, we have the corporate officer. Good afternoon.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon. I'm used to saying good morning, but I guess it's good afternoon. Just a couple of things to note from my report. Now that the council procedure amendments have been adopted, the new procedure regarding late items will be in effect. And from this point forward, anything that's received after the agenda deadline must be time sensitive, and it'll need to be approved by myself, and then it can be included as a late item. And then if council passes a motion allowing it to be included on the agenda, it'll be dealt with in the new councillor business section. And I will be preparing a quick reference form for each council station, highlighting basic meeting procedures and motions, as well as the basic instructions regarding the new audiovisual system. Also wanted to note that I have included a grant listing with the Committee of the Whole report, and Becky will be providing that for each Committee of the Whole report from this point forward. And lastly, it was Administrative Assistant Professionals Week last week, and I want to take the opportunity to thank my admin staff for all they do for the city, for all they do for the administration staff, and all they do for council. And just keep up the great work. Any questions?
Thank you, Brenda. Any questions? Councillor Javetkov?
The spreadsheet for contracts, does that include all of the contracts that, or all of the bids that the city deals with?
Are you speaking of the tender spreadsheet?
Yeah,
Yeah, those are the ones for 2021.
and that's everything up to date.
Yeah, at the writing of the report, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Parslow?
So when can we expect to be voting on our new system?
We hope to do that for next meeting. We'd like to give council a little tutorial beforehand. So if we're ready to roll out, we'll invite you a little bit early to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Thank you, Brenda. And next we have our FSM, better known as our Financial Services Manager. Welcome, Flavia.
Good afternoon. Just would like to add that Michelle was looking forward to do the presentation of this report, but unfortunately she can't be here today. There's a lot of good details about the grants, administration and auditing that we went through, which was successful. But I would like to bring for discussion is about the permissive tax. I did attach the previous report we issued with the detail of that methodology about would be a split charge based on a minimum tax payable amount, depending on the schedule of the permissive tax. So what's happened is that this year, we need to send the forms again back to all the current applicants and the future applicants so that they can provide all the support and then we can present to council the request for the grant. Based prior to the COVID situation, Council had approved a methodology where at the end, some of the current permissive tax exemption applicants, depending on the amount of their total tax, municipal tax, they would be starting to pay taxes. So I would like to confirm with Council if we will continue with the same methodology for 2022, because it was mainly a postponement due to COVID, and also at the same time call setting Zoom meetings so that those applicants can come and then would be available for Council to have any questions if you have about their specific request.
Councillor Parslow.
First of all, I immediately think about our new council member, Darcy. Has he had, or he surely will have a special orientation to this, because this is a big chunk for him to digest before our meeting, because he hasn't been exposed to this. So I just think it's very important that he be brought up to speed on what was in your proposal that was sort of tabled, right? The second point is, to me, has staff, not just you, Flavia, but also Blair or others, I'd like to know what your opinion is about the proposed Fort St. John scheme. You know, they've got this community foundation, and as I read it, that foundation would be given an envelope of money for permissive tax exemption, but they would be making the decisions or the recommendations to council. And I just wondered, have you had a chance to look at that, and what is your opinion about it if you have had a chance?
Blair?
Through your worship, I have not studied it at great length. Aware you raised it some time ago.
Yeah, right.
You've asked for our individual opinions. I'm never shy to give mine. I believe it's a responsibility of the elected council to look at those versus an appointed board. They apply to mayor and council for their consideration, and I think it best sits with them. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I recall that a request to check about that information for St. John, and also what I understood was based on the Site C, has to do with a program that BC Hydro was going to grant, and then based on that fund.
Yes. Yeah.
So the question is that we are on the list of a potential fund of that grant, but that's by 2024. So I don't know if the council would like to wait until 2024 and continue doing the same way, or we should start it to think about a different methodology where, depending on the type of services that those applicants are requesting, and then setting the minimal amount of taxes that they would be granted exemption, and anything in excess they would be paying.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then by 2024, we could revisit that and say, okay, how much fund we're going to get from the Site C? How do we want to offset those expenses incurred through the granting of those permissive tax, through losing tax payments? So, yes, then I think it is really up to council to decide. So the only thing I can think about now is that when we council approved this last year before COVID, and then COVID happened, the only reason why we did not proceed on applying this partial granting exemption was mainly because of COVID. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we, sorry, Blair, did you want to say?
Just, I was going to fall through. So the real issue is, as we proceed, and June will come relatively quickly for applications for new entrants and our review of the others, is it council's wish for us to set up a meeting, probably an independent meeting, compared to a board meeting that we have today, to have people present via Zoom so that council, mayor and council could make their determinations? And if so, we'll begin that process of setting that up, of which then we would apply the report that was adopted previously that's attached to the one today for the 2022 season.
Yeah. I think we set it aside, and that was last year, and if we don't do something, we're going to miss it again for 2022, and I'm of the view we've adopted the direction. Let's send it out and put them on notice that anybody that wants to meet with us, and then we facilitate a day. If it takes a day or if it takes 2 days, council is going to have to commit to that we're going to have to arrange to do those meetings via Zoom for any interested organization that wants to meet with us to give us their input into the proposed new model of permissive tax exemption. And I believe we should begin that right away.
All right. Good. Thank you.
Good. Councillor Javetkov?
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think we have to carry on. I mean, COVID is winding down. I'm immune now, so we gotta continue with the process.
Thank you. Thank you, Flavia. Anything further?
No, that's it.
Thank you. I'm afraid I've got to vacate, so I'll leave Councillor Parslow to handle the last 3 or 4. Unfortunately, I got another meeting.
Okay. Do you want me to move?
You want to do it from there, because then you can control the mic.
To take the microphone.
Nobody showed me how to do it.
If he forgets people's names.
So are there any more questions to Flavia from anyone? If not, I have a question. The homeowner grant, that's quite a change for residents. You know, I'm thinking about the concerns seniors have over their $1 a month billing. So I'm just wondering if there's anything extra special we need to do to help, not directly, but should we be working through the organization out that's, what is it, helping seniors, you know, who are still in their own homes, that Arlene Thorpe, I think, is heavily involved with, and the seniors organization in town, because the change is quite significant, I think, for people who are not technologically adept.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I'm not thinking we would do anything, but I just think that communication to some seniors organizations so that they can equip themselves with helping their members.
Yes, we definitely can look into it.
Okay. I think that's something we need to be cognizant of. You all understand what I'm referring to? Okay. Any other questions? If not, thank you, Flavia.
Yeah.
What's the next report, Brenda? I don't have my little safety coordinator. So is he outside? I need my. Welcome. So I'm just getting your report up here. Okay, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. I like.
Yeah.
Thank you. So highlights of my reports includes.
Charlie, you got to enable it now.
Okay, I've got to enable him. I don't know how to do that. Yes, I've hit the.
There you go.
All right, thank you. So highlights of Health and Safety Department reports includes reports on the Joint Occupational Health and Safety Committee. So as proclaimed this morning by Your Worship, the Day of Mourning ceremony will hold April 28, and we have the Joint Health Safety Committee assisting the department for that ceremony. So the day of the ceremony will hold on city grounds at the Workers' Memorial Sculpture, and the event is not open to the public because of the COVID-19. The only presenter will be the mayor, and the program will be streamed live on the city's Facebook page, and will also be covered by CJDC. Training, this department continues to provide training for the city staff on health and safety and COVID-19 updates. The city recorded some positive cases of COVID-19 in some of our work sites, the department usually works with the area managers concerned, the general managers, and in all the cases, the CEO has been involved, and we usually support and provide.
Lost him.
I'm sorry?
It's okay. I've lost your sound. Okay.
All right. So for those COVID-19 cases, we usually provide support and respond to their concerned people in line with our safety plans and city procedures. We've had to submit eight COVID-19 claims to WorkSafe BC, 5 from the fire department, 4 has been accepted up to date, 1 is pending. And we also submitted 3 from the RCMP. Those are still pending decision from WorkSafe BC. The confined space alternate measures. This application was submitted to WorkSafe BC for renewal. So what this does is to just help to allow the workers, the city workers, to enter into confined spaces, for example, manholes and lift stations safely, according to WorkSafe BC's requirements. So that was submitted, and we are awaiting approval from WorkSafe BC for another 3 years. Core certification audits. One of the main priorities of the department and for the city also is to not only to achieve core, but to not only to make sure that we have that audit, but also to make sure that we pass by having a mark that is at least 80% in overall 80%. So the city already has engaged the services of an external auditor as required by BCMSA and WorkSafe BC. And the September 13th to October 8th, 2021 will be an estimated date for having that audit. That's all I have.
Okay, well, thank you. Any questions to a safety coordinator? Paul, I can't work this thing, so go ahead.
I'm just curious about our WorkSafe BC rate, the rate that we pay for the employees. Are we improving, or is it static, or is it getting worse, or?
to your worship, we've been having, I think we've had a tremendous improvement in our experience rating in the past 2-3 years. We've actually been, in the past 2 years, we've actually had discounts. So WorkSafe BC has given us discount on our experience rating, and actually we pay less now. So what we just need to do is continue the good work by making sure we have less injuries and ensuring a safe and healthy workplace.
So is it possible to include an indication of what the rates are, or which way they're going in the Cow report?
Yes, to your worship, I think, yes, we'll do that, but I think in the past, maybe previous reports, when that result came out, it was included in one of those Cow reports from past.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, well, thank you for keeping on top of safety issues. Appreciate it.
Thank you, your worship.
So now we have the last report by our current building inspector. Is that right? Welcome, Bill.
Well,
So you'd like to do some highlights of your report?
yeah, I'll present the Committee of the Whole report for Development and Regulatory Services. So just want to touch base on our departmental operational strategies. We're looking at exploring ways to improve our customer service model by offering a customer portal for anyone that's applying for building permits. This would be a 24/7, 365 day-a-year portal that customers can use at any time, submit their applications, and then it's reviewed by the building department while we're in City Hall. We priced out various providers, and some of the costs were substantial. We're looking at $15,000 to $20,000 to $25,000 a year. So our current provider is Nortec Solutions that does just our permitting software right now. So they actually introduced a portal in December of 2020, January 2021, and it's substantially cheaper, and it is an apples to apples comparison. So the cost of that was $540 for the first year and $405 additional dollars the years moving over and above that. So we're looking in total of about just under $5,000 a year to implement that. So we're looking at having that ready to roll out in June at some point. Onto the building department, we issued occupancy for the BC Housing Project last week. They're just waiting on beds to arrive, I believe, so they'll be in full operation then. We don't really touch base on demolition permits, but we issued 4 in the last month. We had a couple houses that were destroyed by fire that are going to be rebuilt, then a couple older residential homes in the developed areas, more downtown, that area. So I'm anticipating there'll be new development there this year. Our bylaw department, they continue to investigate complaints. They received some calls to pick up used needles that have been left on the ground. They are trained, they have their bloodborne pathogen training, so they know how to handle sharps and dispose of them. And those are disposed with Northern Health. They also received a new vehicle, a Ford F-150, to replace the 2000 Ford Explorer, so that's good news. Moving on to our engineering. The 2021 designs were complete and those tenders went out. They closed on Friday. So there will be a report brought to the May 10th council meeting for award of that. We also awarded a 2-year contract for concrete repair to McLaughlin Contracting. This is a 2-year contract that starts June 1st, 2021 and goes to December 31st, 2022. They had the contract last year and they consistently completed the work to a high standard. And other than that, we still have a vacancy with the city planner position and we're looking to fill that. So.
Good, thank you.
Yeah. Any questions or?
Yep. Any questions? Anyone? Jeremy?
There we go. Thank you. Hi, Bill. Thank you very much for that. You mentioned staff being called to find, dispose of used needles. Is there a pattern emerging with respect to an area that's predominantly happening in, or is it just kind of scattered throughout?
It seems to be scattered throughout.
Okay. Thank you.
So I have a question. Complaints received, 31 year-to-date, 89. What are some of the big areas for complaints? What might they be?
I actually don't have an answer for that. I'll have to.
That's
I think
okay.
it's varied.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I can get that answer to you, and I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no further questions. Thank you for your report, and good luck in your new position.
Thanks.
So Public Works Manager. Yeah, Devon's here. I just saw him.
Good day.
So let's see how we get this thing.
Didn't push any buttons.
So
Thank
welcome.
you. Hello, happy to be here. Sorry I couldn't make it last time. My kid had a COVID contact and I was home taking care of him.
You bet.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on a couple things right now. One thing before we get started, potholes. Those are the name of the game these days. Using our new Rover AI system we've been using, we identified 796 potholes last year in the fall, October. And this year we just did another benchmark survey. It takes about 2 days to drive all of town, and we only identified 337. So we managed to take care of over 400 potholes in the last, this spring alone. We used 18 pallets of Instapatch, so that's over 50 tons of material our guys put out in about a month and a half. So that's a win for us in our roads, and I think everybody's noticed a difference in that.
Yeah.
Currently, right now, we have our Instapatch. We have guys going out putting Instapatch on the roads, as well as we have a recycled asphalt machine out there as well. All right, so I just wanted to touch on a couple of our strategic priorities here. Our sanitary sewer trunk main inspection cleaning. Currently, we're doing some data review. We have multiple disks. It's a lot of information coming in. So they're going to be providing us a hard drive this week, and then we're working with our consultants to develop a cleaning program based on what we find, the results of that survey, and our consultants will be reviewing that. Sanitary flow monitoring, we have all the monitors in, they're installed, they're functioning, and I actually just checked them before we got here. I can see the rainfall, rain gauges are working, and now we just need to sit back and wait for the rain and collect the data. So that'll be really good for us.
Not too much rain, I hope.
Not too much, yes. Request for quotations, the biggest one I think you will have noticed is we had the fire hydrant replacements RFQ that just went out last week that closes in a few weeks. And I am working on a bunch of other ones. Actually, while I was sitting here waiting to come in, I was working on another one, so they're in the wings. And sewer main flushing program, we've already done this year. We can only do it in warm weather. Our vac truck only works in above 0 degrees. We've already done 3.5 kilometers of sewer main flushing, so we're on that as well. 38 lines, 3.5 kilometers for 2021 so far, so that's good news. And I actually think there's more than that. We just haven't had those recorded yet. That's really good. As you may have noticed, I added some stats this year to the reports. Public concerns are up noticeably this March. I think that may have to do with pre-COVID. Last March was COVID time, so we had very low numbers for public complaints. Generally, we get about 800 to 1,300 complaints a year coming into Public Works. And we're already on par to make a record this year. So that's good, though. We public complaints from the it's great. It's how we manage the city. And I wanted to touch on one thing as well. Cemetery spring cleanup. We post on our webpage that we have an annual spring cleanup every year of the city and Brookside cemeteries. But I wanted to touch on items left on graves. Now, this is something that's come up in the past. We would like to attempt a more thorough cleanup of the city and Brookside cemeteries. So this would be done by notifying a notification campaign where we notify multiple times and make sure that everybody knows. And then we would go about removing any items that people have left on their graves. Not so much on the headstones or the pillow box, but in the grass. It just makes it really, really hard to get around these, and some graves have accumulated items over time that have become very onerous for us to manage and maintain. One thing we don't want to do is damage people's stuff. Everything they put on a grave is significant. But also we recognize that there has to be a fine balance. So what we'd look to do is we'd remove them from the graves, we'd temporarily store them for, I'm thinking years, quite honestly, marked, bagged, tagged, so people have their stuff. If they come from out of town, we know where they find them, we can get them their items back, and they can always go and place them back on their graves. The idea being that we direct people to place them on the headstones or on the flats or on the pillows so that we can manage the vegetation a little bit better. Just saves us a lot more time, and it's just more efficient, right?
So on that topic, you're looking to council for some direction?
Yes, I'd be looking to council for some direction on that one. It is a touchy topic, obviously. You know, people's loved ones are in those cemeteries. I'd be interested to see, Fort St. John did something similar a few years ago. It did not go over well, not a whole lot of notification. I want to make sure that we do a lot of public engagement before this happens, and they're very aware that it's happening before we move and pull any triggers.
Okay, well, perhaps this would be a good juncture to offer some reflections on that. Anyone? It is a it needs to be carefully handled for sure, yeah. Well, I like the feature that you're storing what you're taking off. I think you have to do that. For how long, I don't know. But certainly I like that feature. Personally, I understand the need for it as well. Again, notification of the practice is very important, but that you've got that covered as well. You know, you in this report you're recognizing the need to do that.
Yes, very important.
Nothing else that I can think of. Yes, Jeremy. Sorry. Do it again. Sorry.
Okay, I'm back. So I'll have to give this a bit more thought. I mean, my first impulse is obviously we want to be, whatever we decide as a body, we need to make sure we're communicating with people, certainly. But I do, the notion that we're going to be storing or archiving items for people. I'm back again. Thank you. Sorry. Is something I don't know that we want to get into the business of doing. You know, I think, I don't think that's something most people would expect. But certainly, I'll have to give this some more thought before I could provide an informed opinion for you. But thank you for the update.
Well, may I suggest that we put this on a future agenda of council? Because one of the worst things a council can do is leave their staff hanging out there. I don't want to do that, especially to Devon. I mean, to Shantae may be a different thing now. But so, no, on a serious note, I think you're doing it very carefully. I do think we need to give some thought to it. I appreciate what Jeremy's just said, for sure. But I do think we need to put this on a future agenda. We don't want to... I wonder if there's any policies that other councils have that might lend themselves to... Have you done a search of other municipalities and what they've got in this regard?
All I know is through Fort St. John, our closest neighbor, did one. Like I said, it wasn't well received. I wouldn't be looking to archive the items for any more than a reasonable amount of time that somebody would find, you know, if you were not from here or something like that, but didn't get the notice. I'd also be looking at notifying through multiple mediums, knowing that not everybody's digital these days. So
right.
Newspaper, radio, websites, that kind of thing. It wouldn't be more than a year or two, and then those items would be disposed of if nobody came to claim them. A lot of them are weathered. A lot of them are damaged from wind, rain, snow.
Sure.
a lot of the times what we find is people will pay the respects once a year or less,
Yeah.
and they'll leave those items, just leave them. We do in the annual spring cleanup already deal with flowers. We deal with any broken glass or anything like that that's a danger, safety to public and staff, and any plastic flowers. People like to stick plastic flowers in, they get weathered and torn really easily. Those do get removed every year with this annual spring cleanup.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the care you're taking on this one, and I do think we should talk about it again, yeah. Any other questions at all? It's good to see that the sewer system and the rainfall system, we're getting the technology there and the procedures there that will enable us to maximize our flows and minimize things. So that's really good steps forward, and you're managing that well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We have a really good team out there.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just, so that concludes, we've dealt with the closed meeting, so no other business. Yes, Blair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question that was risen earlier from Councillor Javatkoff based on our rating for WCB. I have that. So we have seen a decline. I will give you an example. 2016, we were 2.5% was our net premium rate. 2017, 2.36, as compared to today, the 2021 rating is 1.85. So we've seen some decline in it, and I think that speaks volumes to both our management team and the employees out there doing work in a safer manner. So,
Okay, thank you for that information. Well, there's no other business. Ross, this is your last presence at this gathering. So personally, and on behalf of all of council, wish you the very best of retirements, and stay healthy and enjoy yourself. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you. So, motion to adjourn? Councillor Javatkoff? Carried, we're adjourned. Thank you very much.